Hey, hey, just getting everything set up. I will be on mic going live at 6:30 p.m.
winds are driving up a storm.
Hello, hello. Just some bandits. Perfect timing. I'd rather not, dudes. You can't outrun me, I'm on a horse. You'd think they would know that. They would think at all. People don't think though, do they? Got Michael here hanging out with me tonight.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Well, my allergies are up apparently.
That
Sneezing a bunch
stinks.
when I took the dog out.
Oh no.
Temperature going back up.
Nutritious.
How is the weather there right now?
It's actually pretty warm. Like 80 degrees today. Pretty pleasant, other than springtime related problems.
Can I get you to turn yourself up just a skosh? I'm having a little hard time hearing you with the video
Yeah,
game at the same
I'm
time.
forgetting to speak towards the mic. I mean, I don't know how sensitive those are directionally, but I imagine it's important.
Yeah, I think if you've got the mic I think you have, there's 4 different settings that can adjust the direction. Oops, see? Got myself killed. It's okay. That's what unlimited lives are for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually was sneezing a little bit today too, and I haven't been going anywhere, so it's not like I caught anything from anyone. Just like,
Yeah.
unless my roommates caught something and gave it to me, but I don't go around people when I'm sneezing, so we'll be fine. Prefer if people didn't come around me when they were sneezing, but can't always control others, so.
Yeah. When I was growing up, I used to have so many allergy problems all the time. I would be having a runny nose most days, and sometimes it felt like I would even particularly have more problems whenever there was tests or standardized testing, you know, like all those big multiple choice tests you have to do in school, like elementary through high school. Different states, I guess, have different names for them. But,
Yeah, I actually, I don't know, Arizona was weird, and then I went to private school, and yeah, it got weirder.
well, that's pretty good. But yeah, I would always have really bad runny nose during those all-day standardized tests, and they would always have these measures of everybody has to come in and sit at these long tables, and you know, they took various measures to keep kids from, I don't know, they thought maybe those elementary students were going to cheat on it or something. I don't it didn't
Yeah, we didn't
seem
have
very
those.
realistic.
When I was a little kid, they didn't do as much standardized testing at the lower grade levels. And the year they implemented it, it was a trial period for them to kind of get baselines when I was in 8th grade. And then by the time they were actually doing them, I was in private school, and private school kids didn't have to do them. So I never had to do the only ones I had to do were like the college ones, like the SAT and the ACT. But Arizona has the Ames test, because I know Texas has the big test that you guys do, because a lot of my friends went into teaching.
With CAS, it might have been changed to STAR now. I haven't kept up with it.
Yeah, I remember it being some weird name. Oh no, Shell Walker, don't hurt my horse, please. Oh, don't break the crates! No, this is all wrong. Sorry. Keep going. I just got really upset by what occurred in battle. It made me sad.
Yeah, I'm actually not. My phone isn't actually showing. It's not connecting to the internet for some reason.
Oh no.
And, well, the only thing that's inconvenient is that my PC is actually behind me. And so I'm kind of sitting on one end of the room with the PlayStation and the microphone and the television.
Oh,
and then
really?
on the other end of the room is the computer, which has the internet connection open to see what's happening. So I can either see or hear, but not both.
I didn't realize that's how stuff was set up for you. I wonder, is there a way you can do the PSN chat from devices that are not the PlayStation party chat? I've never tried that before, but I feel like that would make sense.
I really
That
just
they would
need
let
something
people-
to make this mic wireless.
I just have a
love this
really
thing.
long cable for mine.
Oh, that works. Yeah, this cable is about 6 feet long. And the PlayStation is up on a high shelf above the television. So most of that length
shoot.
is just coming down. So I should take
See,
a picture of this setup so you can see
I
how
have
ridiculous it is.
Stereo mini jack plugged into my controller, so it's just wherever I can bring the controller, then I'm good. But that's one of the reasons I don't use my Yeti mic on my console often, because I don't like that you have to be close to the console. What, there's a mushroom growing outside?
Ah, looks like
No.
my phone has decided to
before.
show the stream a little bit lower resolution, but
Oh yeah, whenever I pull up YouTube, I usually have to manually adjust it to a higher res because it wants to load it at it's like I'm on phone, so it must be wanting 240,
Okay.
and I'm like, well, I
it's
don't
looking
want
good. I
240.
see you crossing a bridge, so I
Oh,
don't know,
sweet.
maybe a little behind.
Wait, I don't want to stop here. No, let's go, horse. Let's go. I'm being dumb.
And another bridge.
Making poor choices, guys.
2 of them. Man.
So, I don't want to like out you for like what you do or don't do or whatever, but I did want to ask you about what you wanted to talk about tonight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not too worried about talking about personal stuff, I guess. It's just, in the past, whenever I did any streaming, I always, like, kept everything personal very mysterious.
Gotcha.
So I was kind of like, well, do I really want to change it? It's like an irrevocable decision, you know? But
Yeah.
I mean, my YouTube name is my real name, so I've already outed some things. Although there are a number of people that have the same name as me, it's kind of weird. Apparently there's some somewhat obscure, semi-famous bass player named Michael Devin, or Whitesnake, the band.
I'm awful at names. I didn't know that.
So, I mean, I only found that out by accident. I think there's like a couple others. There's like some lawyer and somebody in jail. So I'm kind of
there you
like,
go.
well, as long as I don't get confused with the guy in jail, then
Alright.
maybe I won't have his problems.
There you go. Sweet. What am I doing? Oh, I found my way over here. Free heap. Petra. Nope, not right now.
So, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could talk about physics stuff, or all sorts of other things, or stuff back at Antioch, or Waco, or whatever. I don't know.
So-
I guess I shouldn't name any names of other people that aren't here, because you don't usually do that anyway.
Yeah, try
No,
not to
I
name
won't do that.
names, but we can still talk about stuff that happened. If it happened to you, it's yours to talk about. I just don't want to get...
Yeah. No,
You know.
I mean, yeah, I can talk about stuff that's not specific to people.
Yeah.
I kind of don't know anybody else probably being on here who would know who I was from that time, as I guess, if you were in Waco in the late 2000s,
Yeah,
then
pretty much, which is not a
it's,
very big town, so.
yeah.
But it was before it got into the prominence that it's in now.
Oh,
Waco's a
yeah,
weird town
those
that keeps getting
home
itself in.
remaker people.
Yeah, which are buddies with Carl and Blair, but that's a whole story. I mean,
Yeah, man, the last time I was in Waco was actually not too long ago. It was just a couple of months ago. Because my current job has has their office down there close to the
really,
school. Yeah, so I had like I got this job like a couple years ago after some drama at my other job, and it was because like I had known some people that had worked there, and they had basically recommended me to the boss of the place, and so he was very eager to hire me as soon as he heard that I was no longer working at my old job. And so I was still pretty insecure about how long it would take somewhat to find something. So I'm like, well,
yeah.
I mean, if you guys are gonna pay me good money, I'll take it. And so, I mean, because they were offering me to be able to work remotely, which, it was the middle of the pandemic still, so that was kind of important. It's a pretty good job, but yeah, it takes me down there like once a month or so, maybe.
What's that like
these days? I'm actually planning to go back there next Tuesday to do some stuff, but yeah,
you gotta go to Rosa's and wait for them to call out 291.
Oh, yeah, the Taco Triangle. Man, the whole place has changed so much.
Yeah, I haven't been back there since 2017. When I was in 2017, when I went to Waco, there was still Rosa's because I went there and I got tacos and Honey Bear, as is custom.
They built like
you put your honey on your taco, guys.
A bunch of other places around there.
Really?
Oh yeah, there's like a whole bunch of new things. They've completely torn up.
There's actually a variety of food to eat in the city now? Because there was nothing. It was like the same three places.
Well,
you either would go and get VTEX or Clay Pot or Rosa's.
I think Clay Pot might be gone.
Clay Pot moved down by the silos, and they have chairs now. You don't sit on the floor anymore, so I'm not interested anymore. Because that was the whole reason I liked going there. I wanted to sit on the floor.
The pillows? I did like
I liked sitting on the floor and eating with my hands.
Yeah, I would always go there and order the spicy curry pot. And that was really good. Sitting around common grounds. I did a lot of work sitting there listening to music and so on.
Yeah, back when you could go to common grounds and find a quiet study nook instead of a tour group.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't been there since.
I went and I wanted to get a cowboy coffee. They don't have any of the same freaking anything. Like, it was not a cowboy coffee. I'm sorry, you guys. You're being lied to. The end. They're using a different brewer and, like, a different beans or roaster or whatever. Like, it's none of the same. They don't put the same little chips in it that they used to. It's not. Nothing about that was a cowboy coffee, you guys. I'm sorry. You're being lied to. The end.
Yeah, I was kind of sad.
I was sad. It was like one of those like leave memories in memories sometimes. Anyway.
Yeah. Let's see. So they've torn up the whole Church Under the Bridge area, and they're building some big new visitor center.
Because it was crazy with the stadium being right on the river. There was like what? It's just I missed the view that was like open right by the stadium.
Yeah, there's a lot of pretty new architecture, but it's still like a huge traffic jam. The last time I was there,
really,
like 35.
35 just crawls.
Backed up.
That's a bummer.
But I don't know. It's pretty nice town in a lot of ways. I think I miss the park the most, though.
Is it? What's happened? Is the park gone, or you just don't get a chance to go there when you
being able to go there like, whenever I wanted.
Makes sense. This is a huge park. It's a beautiful park. I remember going up to this one spot on there with one of our mutual friends that has this overlook up above the suspension bridge. And that was a super cool spot.
Yeah, I would always climb up, like, the trails kind of towards the back, where there was one trail that went up to, like, PSTC, I think, that was, like, really long. A couple of the other really big, long trails where you could just go running for, like, hours if you wanted to.
Where am I trying to go?
A lot of climbing over things.
Yeah,
Really
I
good
never
times.
really go hiking in the park. But I'm bad at hiking. I don't go hiking in general. Turns out I have a nerve condition that affects my heart. My whole life, everyone just thought I was lazy. No, my heart sucks because of my nerves, not the heart itself. There you go.
Man, that does stink.
Yeah. Oh, puppy.
Yeah, the dog's whining. I don't know what she wants sometimes. Sometimes she just gets really impatient. She probably wants some extra food or something. Oh, no, I don't have any extra food. She's very spoiled. But it might partly be because she doesn't recognize this setup. I'm
That makes
talking
sense.
to a microphone. I'm
And it's not
sitting
her.
differently. There's things moved around, and I'm not paying attention to her as much. So
Real.
she's anxious.
Relatable content.
Oh, don't want to bump the microphone. That'll make an
No
obnoxious
worries.
noise.
The dog's emotional needs matter, so you need to, like, let her know that she is safe and loved. That's fine.
I know. She'll go on for a real long time. I suspect.
Yeah.
Give me like a minute to get her some kind of, maybe some extra food. I think that's probably, she's just hungry. She had her
Alright.
dinner, but I think that I haven't been giving her enough food for her weight because I switched to this medicinal dog food that's low fat, and I think it's lower calories too. So maybe she's not getting, it's the same volume, but probably maybe not
Fills
enough
her up but
calories.
doesn't nourish her as much.
Yeah, I mean the low fat is because of pancreatitis.
Oh, poor puppy.
She's a pretty old dog now.
I just had my gallbladder inflamed, and so I'm just like, oh, I don't want anyone to have to deal with any of that digestive mess. It just hurts, man. Inflammation.
Go. Be back in just a moment.
Oops, I jumped in the water. Come on, Aloy, I believe in you. Yeah, Stormbirds, right in, like, I love that they're, like, right in the first area where you enter the Karja territory. It's like, when you get there, you are very low level, and you're just hit with this, like, oh god, this world is dangerous. Are you still there, or are you're feeding the dog, aren't you? No worries. Sorry, I refuse to do a quest with a bunch of corrupted machines if I don't have fire arrows, you guys. I need all the blades. Alright, where'd they all run off to? Horsey, you stay there. Don't get in a fight. Nothing to see here, guys. Don't you worry.
only on half of tomorrow's breakfast. I'm gonna have to change the
Welcome back.
schedule on the dog food.
Mm.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Did you want me to talk about some science stuff? I guess?
If you'd like to, that would be wonderful. Don't run towards me. Ah. That's what I didn't want to happen. Sorry. Yeah, that'd be great. Sorry. I just got myself in a fight.
Yeah. For some reason, the screen is really dark. It's a little hard for me to see what's happening. It's because it's low resolution and it's nighttime there.
Yeah. I know on my YouTube, there's an option to go in and change the resolution manually.
Yeah, I should probably do that.
But you live your life, it's up to you. But whatever is happening is going to be on a slight delay anyway. But yeah, that makes sense.
So, yeah, I know you were kind of curious about the time travel stuff.
I am more than kinda.
So, it's something I've been, like, just into as a hobby for a super long time, going way back to, like, high school times. And
by as a hobby, you mean have a PhD in it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess
sorry, I was like that
is more than just time travel, but yeah.
Yeah, but like it's still like you've like written papers on it, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got 2 papers on archive about time machines. Which
that's like a pretty involved hobby.
About. Yeah.
No, I mean, not that
I did.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, after I graduated, I think was when I wrote those 2, and they were just for fun, kind of. I didn't have a project or a job or anything to do it. It was just something I wanted to do. And
so cool.
Yeah, I still plan to try and make some kind of book, because I feel like those papers are maybe only about like half of the stuff that I wanted to talk about. But I don't know, life kind of happened and dragged me away from working on that for a while.
It'll come back around. I mean, if you know anything about time.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
But yeah, so like one of the things I think I promised to explain why there are no tourists, which is always a fun one. And
why, like and the basilisk.
Yeah, the basilisk. So both of these have to do with finding like the probability of certain events occurring where you have a possible time loop. So the tourist one is a little bit easier. So from a mathematical perspective, it's just a matter of convergence, right? You say, well, I have some probability that somebody is going to come here from tomorrow, and then some probability that they'll come from the day after tomorrow, and then some probability that they come from 2 days.
Almost like a reverse on the Infinity Hotel?
Yeah. So you have an issue of an infinite series, and that can spread out in space as well as time.
Except for they're checking out instead of checking in. So, I don't know. Look, that's my brain.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's sensible to think about it that way, just because you're trying to...
Well, it's the only relatable thing I have in my head to kind of make sense of this is the hotel. So, of like trying to like think of the infinite in abstract.
Yeah. So, the thing that I wanted to do when I was working on this is I wanted to come up with kind of a framework, a system to make like very definite predictions of probabilities and outcomes, and work on like dealing with systems that have some kind of weird time loop in a quantitative way, like allow you to do a calculation to find out, well, what really will happen here. And so with tourists, you have basically to consider all the different ways that tourists could come back to a given point and visit you. So it's not guaranteed that anything will appear, even though it's an infinite series, as long as the probability that they come back is a quickly decreasing function, like say an exponential function, then you can say, well, then it's not guaranteed that they'll show up. Then the probability of showing up is a small, finite number that maybe you can calculate depending upon the outcome of various things. But so I'm going to back up a step further before I finish this, I guess, and look at like some of the most like basic examples of what you could think about in terms of like how the physics works for these things. So in like quantum mechanics, you still have a sort of a determinism. Like in regular physics, you have classical physics, you have a determinism.
And can you just so I can make sure, and for anyone watching can make sure, can you define what that means for us?
Okay, so that's like a one-to-one link between the state of the world at two different times. So if I have a specific configuration of everything at one time, then there's only one other specific configuration that's valid at a different time.
Is that kind of like even the principle that underlies like quantum entanglement, like because it's like if one is this, the other one's going to be that? I don't know.
Kind of. It's just...
My brain is just making random associations. I'm sorry. I know just enough to not know things about this stuff.
So, I'm just going to keep rambling on a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Like, so, you have a system and it's described by equations, and basically equations need, like, boundary conditions to have, like, well-defined solutions. And so the idea is that, well, most of the equations in physics are second-order differential equations, which means that the families the solutions to the equations are basically all the different things that are allowed to happen in the world, right? You have your little toy world, and you have an equation for it, and that tells you that all the things that happen in that world are solutions to that equation. And so there's more than one solution, because more than one thing is going to happen. But if you know part of the solution, then you can know the rest of it, and that's where you get the boundary conditions of, well, I know the particle's position and the direction that it's moving at the start, and I know that, say, the law or equation is just that it's not being affected by a force, so it'll move in a straight line. From that, you calculate where it is at a later time, and also at an earlier time. So the idea is that if you know something about the state of the world, that tells you something about the rest of the state. And that rest of the state...
Yeah, you can kind of work backwards from what finite information you have.
Yeah, so that's all, like, a lot of different physics is doing, is it's saying you're given some amount of information, and you have this equation which allows you to match up that information with what should be going on at other times. So the whole one-to-one thing of determinism, you have like one state of the universe at like, noon, and then for each state of the universe at noon, there's another state at 1 o'clock that matches that, and they're all one-to-one. So if I say that, the block is on the left side of the table at noon, then there's a new reality, I guess, at 1 o'clock corresponding to that. And
it's like in animation, like it's the next frame.
Yeah. So like the frames have a one-to-one relationship. Like for every possible frame at 12, there's a possible frame at 1. and those are unique to each other. So like, of all the different frames that you can have at 12 o'clock, that all the frames that correspond to them, there is no duplicates at 1 o'clock, and vice versa. Right? So like, if you know the frame at 12, then you also know the frame at 1. And so that one-to-oneness breaks down when you have a type loop. And that...
So is it basically almost like the momentum that's been set in motion tells you everything that has been and will happen? If you have one of the frames, you can backtrack and work forward on the rest of the frames?
Yeah, that's basically determinism. And,
okay, cool.
And so determinism kind of holds in quantum mechanics too, except like in a different way. Like in quantum mechanics, they, instead of just talking about the particle's position, they have like a much more complicated object, the whole wave function of a field, which is basically describes all the possible values at a particular time in like a single entity. And they have to obey certain relationships. And so like, it's just a different way of representing the world. And then you can go even a step beyond that in quantum mechanics. Sometimes they talk about describing the world as a density matrix instead of a wave function. A wave function is basically
I like the density matrix thing, because that makes me think of the opening of Rings of Power. Is that kind of how that works, where it's just like, I didn't know that was a frame of mind about it, and so I had been thinking, after watching that, I was like, what if that's how everything's held together? So to know there's an entire framework and field of physics around that, I want to learn about that. Holy crap. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Oh yeah, well, density matrix is a very...
Well, it's probably more than that, but like...
thing.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, it's like not just like the thing in Ring of Power, but like an extension of how the sound forms shapes.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Rings of Power are more like...
not the actual rings, the
like
actual... The opening sequence with the intro where they have its vibrations, the resonance forming with the constructive and destructive interference forming shape patterns. And you know how they'll do that where they put sand on a speaker, or like with the magnetic waves to visualize them. So I was thinking, like, if all these things form these wave patterns that can actually change how matter kind of groups, like with dust, I'm like, what if they're... anyway. Like, because it's the density.
Yeah. I mean,
but not the same. I don't know. There's probably, like, I needed something that I know to try and associate with something unknown to try and form a concept of it in my head. Sorry.
Exactly. So, like, wave function is basically just a function, which is just, and a function is basically a vector, except with maybe an infinite number of components corresponding to all the values that the function can have. And instead of, like, say, you know, you're familiar with like a vector being like, say, 3 numbers corresponding to a position.
Yeah.
And then, so a density matrix is like a very peculiar kind of abstract quantity in that it's one level more abstract than the wave function.
I like abstractions, though.
Like, it's basically a very big matrix, and sometimes the matrix is infinitely large, but it's it tells you the probabilities of measuring like 2 different quantities, and you get those probabilities by
I might have been thinking
that matrix with
in a total vectors. You're thinking in a totally mathematical direction, and I went even more abstract.
In a physical, like, thinking of thinking of a ladder.
Density, yeah, exactly.
It's still related because the
whole idea that it's all one soup, and just because I can't see like certain things doesn't mean that there's not. I'm just thinking about the whole like light as a particle and a wave thing, and how like if starlight can make it from here to there, that means it was traveling. And so the invisible soup was kind of more what I was thinking about, and all the forces unconstructive interferences and destructive interferences that form the invisible soup. Anyway, back to what
Yeah.
you were saying.
Well, so like wave functions, the thing that's really weird with wave functions is that people still argue about like how do you get from this wave function of how things are to your actual observations. And that's something that people made a lot of videos about, wave function collapse, where you have some function, but it doesn't correspond to like a definite outcome. It corresponds to all of the outcomes. And it tells you the probabilities of those outcomes, but it also tells you this other kind of information that only really makes sense in quantum mechanics, which is the relative phase of the outcomes, which is how, if you do not observe those outcomes, how will they interact with each other?
Okay, yeah.
And that's where that vibration comes in. The phase is basically that gap in the wave, right? You have each of these possible, like, configurations, like each of the possible positions or energies of the particle, or states that it could be in, is its own little wave that is added up to this function. And those waves can be in or out of sync, and then when they're in sync, they're constructively interfering, and then you have, and basically the amplitude of the wave is the probability of the thing being there. So that's where you get the density of the sand on the drum, right? You have, if sand is randomly distributed, then there's going to be more sand where it's more likely. And so that's the constructive interference. I mean, you know, like that stuff, I guess, from audio and all the stuff you've done.
Yeah, but it's still good to hear about it from someone that knows it down to the science of it, to like in that level too. Because I don't know.
Like,
yeah.
In
As
quantum
in
mechanics, like everything kind of interferes. Like possibilities interfere with each other. And so, you know, you have something, particle can go left or right, and it can come back to the same point, and you want to say, well, what's the probability what happens? And the two possibilities, one of them being left and one of them being right, can recombine, and they interfere with each other like two waves.
Yeah, that's like phasing in audio.
Mm-hmm. And so that's why if you look at an interference pattern of a particle, you see those diffraction waves, the interference of the different paths that it could take. And so I'm going to circle all the way back to time loops. So the two things that are different, one of them is that you no longer have a one-to-one map, but also that when you have a time loop, things can happen in multiple different ways, and so quantum mechanics impose those different ways of happening interfere with each other. So you come up with this little story time of like a time traveling soda machine that puts out the soda before you hit the button, right? So it's a Coke machine or whatever, maybe it's 7-Up and Pepsi or something. It has two buttons. And the rules of the machine are that somebody pushes one of the two buttons, and then it goes back in time and it pops out the soda for that particular button. So maybe the same person or someone else can pick up that soda and see what it is at an earlier time. So the rules of the machine are kind of, I guess, drying out. I don't usually talk tons these days unless I'm in a meeting.
Real.
But
I have the same problem. That's why I like have to keep pausing, and I need a sit break, everyone. Keep your throats lubricated.
Yeah, I have some coffee here.
Yeah, I just drank something that's awful for my throat. Oh. Diet Coke. It's not going to help anything. I also have water.
Give up soda. Mostly,
I don't drink it a lot, but I was eating something that it just paired nicely with, where I was like, we've got Diet Coke. I've got this thing.
Yeah, I sometimes think about getting those like sugarless, flavorless, like sodas like Topo Chico and
Oh yeah,
some
yeah.
of those things.
I don't really like those ones as much. I don't like
Everyone
drinking
at my job
carbonated
was
stuff.
addicted to that. It was
Not a
weird.
fan.
They would
I
drink
prefer
so
water.
much of it. I'm like, what is this stuff?
I have water that I put a little vitamin packet in. And that's what I've got here. It's like
Oh,
not
that's cool.
sugary.
That's
It's
like
got a little bit of a citrus to it, but it's like,
Mio or one of those things.
yeah, it's not Mio though. It's like a, I don't know. My mom got a bunch of them and was like, "Here, have these." Okay, mom, thank you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool.
it's like lemon flavored, and I'm like, okay, it's great.
So
It's from
maybe it's
this company that she gets her vitamins from. I'm like,
oh
okay, so yeah, I mean, vitamins are good. I'm healing from surgery, sure.
Fresh as it comes.
yeah.
Some,
Maybe
like
it's not a
supplements
soda
are weird. They're not
machine.
really yeah. Okay, it's not a soda machine.
Maybe
It's
a tea
it's a
machine, Arizona tea or something.
it's a water flavor packet machine.
Yeah.
There we go.
You have like
Speaking of our
two-
beverages,
Yeah. So the important part about it is that it conveys one binary bit of information, right?
so you're getting
An A or
option
B.
A or option B. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And so I'm looking at a scenario where the time loop or whatever only has like two different ways to exist, right? The machine either is going to deliver, you know, an A or a B, and the person's going to press an A or a B. And
These are helpful.
so,
But future person presses it, and I'm standing at the machine waiting for it to come out.
yeah.
But
So-
someone else is. The basilisk
It could be the same
is pressing the button for me.
Yeah.
Okay,
so, like,
cool.
The whole thing with the one-to-one mapping comes from, suppose that somebody walks up and they say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fix, my plan is to, whatever comes out of the machine, I'm just going to press the same button as what I already got from it. And then you say, well, if that is what the person is going to do, then which soda do they get? Right?
John Connor was born, damn it.
Yeah.
Right?
So-
Sort of.
Sort of. Like, it's like, well, if they get option A and then they press A, then that makes sense. That explains why they got A. But they also could have gotten B and then pressed B, and that would explain B. And so both A and B are consistent, are internally consistent stories of what could happen. And so you say, well, just like with the photon could go two different ways and come back together, there would be some interference between A and B happening. And so if you have a fixed phase between A and B, but if A and B don't have a phase, if A and B are themselves like entirely describing, you know, the world at that particular time, like, you have a problem because before that you open the soda machine, then you have one state of everything, and then after you have pressed the button, you have two possible states that things could be in. And and you can also do this backwards. You can use it to get rid of something. So suppose you have a secret notebook, and in the secret notebook is written down, you know, an A or a B, and basically, like, and it's maybe an electronic A. It's able to be altered, but only in a way that the information moves around. So, like, I guess this one is a little bit hard to make a mundane example of, because I'm actually looking at a diagram of a circuit, and the idea is that you get the option from the time machine, and then if it's, say, option A, you don't do anything, you just go ahead and press A, right? And then if it's, or let's see, I'd actually need to go back to my paper almost, because this one's a little tricky. But for one of the options, you do nothing, and for the other option, you flip the thing in the notebook. You reverse it. And then you use the notebook instead of the buttons. You send that option back. So I guess it'd be a different version of a machine where you put in a piece of notebook paper and out comes an A or a B. And the whole thing there is that at the beginning you have two different states of the world, one where the notebook has A and one where it has B. And as it interacts with itself around that loop, both those outcomes map onto the same final outcome, because one of them gets reversed onto the other and looped around so that they match up together at the end.
Probably having diagrams
weird.
Is probably easier to make sense of
Yeah,
that. But I get
more sense if I can draw.
I'm like I'm like barely holding, like by my fingertips, holding on, tracking mostly, but not with confidence. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, these are things that took me a really long time to.
Yeah, I'm like I know I have the potential within me to understand this, but right now I'm just like, okay. But I'm like you know what I mean? Where it's like I'm not tracking, but I definitely still need to learn what you're saying.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm just establishing that.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
We have different rules now.
Yeah.
It's no longer 1-to-1. You have to like consider all the possibilities, and so one of those is that suppose we have like, you know, good old grandfather paradox. You know, somebody comes along and they say, I'm gonna break all the rules as a rebel. Whichever option I get, I'm gonna press the opposite. Ha ha ha. You know?
But you're still making a choice informed by the other time state. So it's like you're not actually breaking the rules as cleverly as you think.
Yeah.
When you're doing it specifically to like, or is that something that's I would assume like the intent of will of using the information from the future to try and change the future or something is like, does that mess with, I don't know. Does that mess with things?
It has some kind of, it's really weird. I mean, I guess instead of using a person, I should say, well, there's a robot with a very simple program that's sent in to interact with this thing so that, you know,
but I guess, and that's what I
predictable.
I'll show you use different, where it's when your function is dependent on the information from the future, that is messing with the system to begin with.
Yeah.
Rather than if you're using the future information to try and impact the future, it's the loop thing. Mm-hmm. Loops get weird.
Oh yeah, and so the whole paper is basically like to try and enumerate all these different kinds of paradoxes and describe them like different kinds of knots almost, and like find a way to like categorize them and combine them and calculate like the outcomes of them. And so if you have the scenario where someone's trying to deliberately cause the machine or whatever to not match up, right? So you have two possible stories, two possible histories, one where A comes out and then they try to press B, and the other one where B comes out and they try to press A. And you say, well, neither of these stories are valid stories because they break the rules that we set up at the beginning, which is that the same button is pressed as is received earlier. Like, that's the rule of the machine. And so you then kind of have to reckon that systems aren't actually perfect. They always contain some amount of uncertainty and noise. And so everything gets a lot easier when you realize that
I like that.
rule is not
you have to just
good
kind of surrender to the unknowable. Or the uncertain, I guess, is a better...
Yeah. So, like, the simplest way of doing things where the rule is an absolute is what's causing the confusion. When you say, well, instead, I'm going to say that there are 4 ways that the story could unfold, right? It could be that they press A, they get A, they press B, they get B. But maybe you press A and you get B, and maybe you press B and you get A. But those would involve some sort of malfunction, which
Yeah, like there's
is
a
very
1% chance
unlikely.
the machine in itself is flawed and gives you a glitched outcome.
Yeah, and so because you can never perfectly remove noise from your system, and your
Yeah.
machine is a system, and so it has some noise, and that noise is very important. And so, and also the person making the decision can
For
have
any
noise,
Can I just say that is literally one of the thesis statements of my weird absurdity campaign that I've been doing. So like, but just from a different angle and in a different context, but it's still the same universal fundamental truth. You cannot remove the noise from the system. Period. Whatever system it might be, systems of communication and blah 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 blah. Anyway, it's just like
Yeah,
that's like a broader truth than just within this mathematical scenario. Anyway, sorry. Keep going.
yeah. So,
I just think that's just a very beautiful statement of
oh,
reality.
yeah, yeah.
Like in the real
So,
world, noise exists in systems. The end.
mm-hmm.
What smell?
Let's see. So I
Smells like
was
fire.
okay. Yeah. So the noise, right? So it turns out that if I write down like those four possibilities, and I say, well, in order for the um, and so the person also has their noise. Say that they are very certain. They only have like a 10% chance of accidentally pressing a button that they didn't mean to. And then the machine has like say a 1% chance of misfiring and delivering the wrong thing based on the button. Then you can use those chances as weights, right? And so you look at these four different histories and you say, well, if A is delivered and A is pressed, then either both the person pressed the wrong button and the machine broke down, or both of them, like, or oh, in the case that they're trying to press the opposite button, either the person accidentally pressed it, or the machine, and the machine worked, or the person successfully presses the opposite button and the machine fails. And those are the two ways that you could get an A, and so on for a B. And so you have these four different possibilities, and you look at the probability of which one of those happens. You give a relative weight based on that noise level. And so it seems like, well, okay, so the guy tries to press the opposite button, and that just means that the machine malfunctions, or maybe sometimes he stumbles and presses the same button anyway. It doesn't seem terribly interesting
Ouch.
until you quantify the noise. So suppose that I am interested in seeing what effect this has on something that is very noisy. So I have a coin, and I say, I am going to flip a coin, and if it's heads, I'll press the same button as the thing I receive. And if it's tails, I'll press the opposite button. And I
Insert
know
an
that,
uncertainty of sorts
yeah,
into
I'm
you're
actually,
making a weird choice, but you've inserted a new rule to add an uncertainty.
yeah, I'm adding a random coin toss into this, which
You're
is
not gonna be the one to stop.
gonna kind of prove to be something very illuminating, I guess. And I say, well, so suppose that the person operating the coin in the machine is very reliable, and we are only concerned with when the machine breaks down or what the coin comes up as. And you say, well, the coin has a 50-50 chance of heads and tails, and machine
This is
has
the
like,
perfect time for a watcher to be glitching out on screen. Anyway, keep going.
oh,
It was
has
just
like a 1%
speaking of.
chance
Our
to
machine is
go.
glitching.
Yeah. So the machine has a 1% chance to glitch and deliver the opposite of what gets pressed. And so the four possibilities are, say, A is received, and then the coin is head, and then A is pressed, and that's got a 99% weight and times a 50% weight. So, because it's a 50% chance of the coin coming up and a 99% chance that A's match each other. And the same for B. There's like 50% chance of heads, and you receive B, there's a heads, and then you put in B. That's got 99% times 50%. And so almost 50%. Then you look at the other two out of the four possibilities, which is two tails. So you receive A, and then 50% you get tails, and then 1% you press the button for B and it puts out A. And the same is...
So you're using both of the statistics in tandem for failures.
Multiplying these two probabilities to find out the probability of multiple things happening. And so when you do that, you get four different things. They don't add up to 100%, but you can divide by their sum so that they now do add up to 100%, just normalizing them. And we find that, wow, so what then is the probability that the coin comes up heads? If you are to not know anything about a time loop or anything, you just see this guy and he's got some kind of machine, he's doing something behind a curtain, but he's flipping the coin where you can see it. What do you see the outcome of the coin flip? If he does this a whole bunch of times, like say he does this 100 times, how many coin flips ahead, how many tails? And what happens is that the noise of the machine imprints itself onto the noise of the coin. And now the coin no longer is 50-50. Now the coin is 99 heads and one tail.
How does where does that transfer? Like, at what point in the process does the imprintation happen?
It's almost like a holistic thing. It's the fact that the coin is part of the cycle that causes the coin to act differently. Like the whole system of the time loop and the guy and the coin together.
So what are the implications of that with like fair dice and that's so fascinating. That's how you end up with Will Wheaton.
I guess. Let's see. I'm trying to remember the reference. It's like, wait, is it Big Bang Theory or Star Trek?
No. Literally, Will Wheaton has unlucky dice. Like, if he touches your dice, burn it.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, and so the weird outcome is that time loops are kind of like lucky
It's because he's a time
charms.
traveler, because he's a Q.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you know.
I don't know, look.
If you had a time machine, you could do a lot of things.
He broke math, and that's why his dice roll ones.
Yeah.
Isn't that what happens with Wesley? Doesn't he get to become a Q? Or something like that?
I don't remember. It's been so long since I
He
saw
becomes immortal.
Christian.
He becomes some sort of immortal, like, infinite being. I thought, maybe.
I don't know if he sticks with it, though. Maybe he goes back to becoming a kid at the end of the episode.
The Travelers. He goes with the Traveler to explore other planes of reality.
So, yeah.
Yeah, his character, Wesley, is now a bona fide time traveler in Picard.
Oh.
That is why his dice are unlucky.
That's right.
It's literally why his dice are unlucky. We figured it out. Will Wheaton. Your dice are unlucky because you became a time traveler. You messed up your coin.
Yeah.
You just got to reverse course, Wesley. But you can't. That's the whole point. All right, sorry.
I think I got a voicemail from my mom. I should probably call her back and check.
Yeah, if you need to go and take care of that for a second,
I'll
that's
be back
totally...
in a few minutes. It's
Yeah.
probably just something.
Pop that mute so I don't accidentally
remind me.
overhear
Yeah,
any
yeah.
personal conversations or whatever. But
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, give me a minute.
sweet. Alrighty.
Scrabbling a bit.
Don't worry, guys. We're gonna do a quest soon. I just really wanted to get Blaze and meat because I'm gonna need potions. I've never played Gran Turismo, so I don't know what that trophy is, but that's a bummer that you got 12th place. I assume 12th place is not the aim. For the goal.
I can get out of this.
Nothing to see here, dude skis. Ah! How's everyone doing? 5 laps. You start at 7th. Does it being a returning player make it harder? Or what is that? I don't know how the mechanics of the game, like, weight the difficulty to know, like... I don't think I've ever played a Gran Turismo game. I don't know stuff about cars, and I don't know, racing games. I just like Mario Kart if I'm gonna race. Racing games stress me out. There's a time component. I'm really bad at games that have time components, no matter what it is. Is that a goose? I need goose. No, I want to tag the goose, not the grazer. Yeah. Don't mind me, Sawtooth. Nothing to see here. Yes, give me stuff. Not the right stuff. Damn, next time maybe. Alrighty. Let's blow up some blazes. Yes, I need a lot of blaze. I like Mario Kart specifically because it's not authentic. I like the fantasy of it. The fantastical... I like that I can shoot turtle shells at my friends. It's funny to me. But I grew up playing it with my siblings on Super Nintendo. And with my mom. It was the only game that she liked playing. She got a Wii and got herself Mario Kart. Reminds me of the beginning of Mars Attack.
Good hit.
Hi. Yep, I'm back.
Welcome back. Do you play racing games ever?
Oh yeah, I didn't hear most of what was being said just now.
Oh yeah,
except for
Klaus
the
was
word
just
Mario
talking
Kart.
about Gran Turismo.
Oh, my friend Eric played tons of Gran Turismo. He was really into it. I was only into Mario Kart though.
See,
Man,
Klaus
I remember
doesn't like
those-
Mario Kart. We've
those
got a
old
really
days.
strong divide between the Gran Turismo and Mario Karts
I
here.
mean, Mario Kart is like the Smash Brothers of racing games.
Yeah, it's not that I don't play it because it's a racing game. I play it because it's Mario Kart.
Yeah. There's a fun story, like the really old Mario Kart, like the first one, Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo, that's what I was just
remember,
saying!
Like, I had that one, and, like, I used to play that so much. Me and my friends, we got, like, ridiculously good at the battle mode, and I even kind of came
Yes.
up with, like, a school of of battling almost with that, because at the time I was like learning a bunch of stuff, like just kind of starting my Zoom period into physics.
And when you say
And
Zoom period, do you mean your like deep study period?
yeah,
Full already?
it was, yeah. So that was like in the early '90s, and like basically I realized one day while I was playing around, I didn't have anyone to play with, and I was just driving around randomly in Mario Kart, and I would notice that occasionally you would shoot the shells and it would sort of slip around people and miss them. And I
Yeah.
tried to do some experiments where I would get into battle mode and I would drive around and I would try to discover the various, like the physics of the battle mode engine, kind of, by experimenting with it. And one time I would drive by and I'd fire a red shell, and I saw that it went into an orbit around the other player in the battle
What?
mode. So like nobody, the controller was like just sitting there. No one. I was playing by myself.
Yeah,
in
you
battle
put you
mode.
just put the other person in there.
And so their cart was just stopped. It was just sitting there, on the road. And I had fired
It
a
couldn't
red
turn
shell,
into them from just
and it
the
was
right
going
angle. It
around
couldn't
them.
turn into them. That's
Yeah, it was
amazing.
going around them in a circle in like a stable orbit. And I'm like, what? This changes everything. And I remember looking up a bunch of stuff and being like, wow. So the shell, if it goes around and it remains stable, then that means that it has to obey a whole bunch of rules. There must be like angular momentum and stuff going on here. Like, can I
Like there's just
somehow...
you found the one little hole in their code for
It,
the shell
yeah,
turning
it's...
physics.
So, look, seeing that, like, orbit happening was kind of like, okay, that means that everything from, like, physics I should be able to use in Mario Kart. And at least when it comes to these red shells, it's that
Yeah,
they have this,
because this
like...
game was programmed on math.
Yeah, and so I started being like, well, that means, like, there's going to be certain critical values based on the speed of the characters, like how far apart they
I
are
never even
and
thought
their
about that.
directions. And it got to be where me
You
and some of my friends, we could
like
almost control
backhacked
the enemy
Mario?
shells.
Oh my god! Because if you just race just right, you can trick them into like bank them in back into them or whatever.
Yeah, so that was kind of the highest, most difficult maneuver, was to see, because, I mean, there was a lot of screen watching in those days too, so...
Yeah.
But we got to the point where, like, whatever, we just expect the other person to also be screen watching.
Yeah.
To the level where we would see everyone's, all the screens of the players, and you'd have this mental picture of where you are on the map and your speed and relative position. And you would use the screen watching
That's
to...
really funny that you say that, because that's how I drive, and I've tried to explain that to people, and they're like, what? I have a mini-map in my head, okay? It's just with all the other cars on it. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So you'd use that to effectively control the red shells. So somebody would shoot a shell at you and you'd be like, okay, I need to decrease speed, move slightly to the right, and it will go and it'll start spinning around me. And so you could either use that to send it off and to hit a wall, or if you're really daring, you could trap it around you and try to crash into the person with their own red shell. Which, that was kind of like the ultimate move that we decided was proved that somebody was a master at the game, was could you hit somebody with their own heat-seeking shell.
That is some serious Mario Kart dedication. And was that on Super Nintendo Mario Kart or Mario's?
Yeah, that's Super Nintendo. When the later Mario Karts, they did some changes to the shell physics so that those orbits don't work out quite as nicely, and you generally will just get hit by the shells. I was really sad about that change.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would do it, but yeah, that is sad.
Because a lot of people would because it appeared like it was a glitch, right? Because if the shell is moving really, really fast, it interacts with the frame rate of the game, and it looks like it's just flickering around near you. But in the game physics, it's actually just orbiting you in this like really tight orbit, and so you can basically like deal damage to people with the glitch, and so it was almost considered cheating by some people. I remember for a long time I'd stopped playing that game, and then like things had gone on, but what was really funny was
I wonder
years
if it works,
because
isn't there a Switch port of Mario? I wonder if you can get. You should like make videos of this or something.
Look at this.
Yeah, make a documentary of
Isn't there
Mario.
if you have the Switch, the like $20 a year Switch Online thingy, you can get the Super Nintendo games.
Man, I haven't played it in so long. I don't know if I could pull off the ultimate
I know that's how
anymore.
I played. Last year over the summer I played the Link to the Past.
Cool. Yeah, the Super Nintendo Zelda.
Yeah, I replayed the whole
really
thing.
Good.
And so I know there's some of the Super Nintendo library you can get on Switch. I need to do that.
Yeah, it was really funny pulling
That's
out
so wild
that trick,
though.
like,
We only ever rented Super
so much
Mario Kart. We didn't actually have it. We rented it or borrowed it from friends that had it.
no,
I don't know why we
games
never
were
actually bought it.
expensive in those days.
Yeah. Well, and it's
They're
like you could
expensive
pick your
now,
one
but-
game, but like when it was Super Nintendo, we wouldn't even get regular games as presents. It wasn't really till Nintendo 64.
Yeah. Like, I really didn't have very much until, like, Super Nintendo. Like, I got my actual Nintendo with stuff that was left to me by my cousin. After he passed away, we used to play 8-bit Nintendo. He was older, and so he had started playing Nintendo earlier. And, yeah, I credit him with getting me to become a Zelda fan before I even could play video games, because I would watch him play.
Dude, that was my
8-bit Zelda.
grandpa's wife, Glenda, was that. Like, I remember watching her play Castlevania. I was not old enough. I was like 3 or 4. But I remember that Castlevania. I was never allowed to play, but it just looks so cool with like the whip on the Super Nintendo. It's
yeah,
so
was that
rad.
Simon's Quest, I think.
I don't know which one it was because I never got to play it. I just remember seeing her whipping the flying heads, and I was like, "This is the coolest thing."
That sounds like Simon's.
One of the Super
have
Nintendo
that one.
Castlevanias. We actually had an
Good.
Atari because we had the one. We had Pitball, and we had the Vector Asteroid game.
Oh yeah, my mom had that, like, at my grandparents' house. I didn't have the Atari,
She
like,
gave
at my house.
my
but-
mom gave our Atari away to the babysitter because the babysitter
Right.
fostered a bunch of people and was always had like 9 million kids over. We got a cat. She got our Atari. I don't know if that was the trade. I just know that our Atari went away.
No,
But it was not
just
my
at the-
Atari. It was Dad's Atari, so it's like whatever. But then we got a Super Nintendo, and then it was my Nintendo 64, my PlayStation. But I always had to let everyone else play it because I had to use the TV to use it. So it's like, well, if someone else's TV turned, they might as well get a turn on the Nintendo. So now,
Oh,
in hindsight,
man.
I'm like, damn, I really wasted my presents because everyone else got to use them. Maybe I was a sucker. Oh well. I still
there's a lot
had a
of
nice gaming childhood,
multiplayer.
but yeah. Yeah, but it just meant that, like, yeah, you had to share instead of,
Nice.
like, because my present would be the system, and then anyone could get games for it. And I had to share it. I'm like, you know, it's okay, though, because I still got the Nintendo.
Yeah.
Still got to have a childhood full of Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, that was a great game.
It really was. It was life-changing. It was, like, the best. It was, like, the biggest transition graphically at the time. Having lighting where things look shiny.
Yeah.
I'll do what I have to.
Like, I think my favorite Zelda, though, is... It's hard for me to decide. Like, I keep updating it. It might be, like, Skyward Sword nowadays.
I need
As
to
much
finish
as I
Skyward
really like
Sword.
Breath of the Wild, I loved Skyward Sword partly
Breath
because
of
it
the
was
Wild, good as
really
a game, bad
different.
as a Zelda. Does that make sense? Breath of the Wild was good as a game, but bad as a Zelda.
Oh yeah, it didn't really fit
It doesn't feel like a
the
Zelda.
rest of them.
It's a good game,
It
but it doesn't feel like a Zelda.
it feels like the very first Zelda, the really old original game
Which,
on like
knowing
regular
like
Nintendo.
the intent of Miyamoto in creating Zelda, it makes sense that Breath of the Wild is what it is and feels like the first Zelda. It's probably the closest to his actual original vision for Zelda,
Yeah.
based on how he describes it and based on like what you just said, because the whole thing is he talks about like trying to recreate his childhood exploring caves and the wonder of adventure. And Breath of the Wild
It
does that
certainly
best.
has that. That is a really good thing to have. Yeah.
But you're right, like, yeah, it does feel more like. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Oh, well, I mean, I was just gonna say that I guess I kind of like the music the most from Skyward Sword, at least. Like, it just kind of blew my mind how the main theme of it, they actually just took, I think, was it Zelda's theme from Ocarina of Time, and it's just like inverted on the scale, and it became like a whole new theme, and I was like, what? That's like mind-blowing. Have
I
you
need to
you've
look
heard
into that.
Yeah, there's like a
I'm not
musical
very.
relationship between those two.
I'm gonna have to look into that. Do you know that the sequel to this game has Zelda's Lullaby Easter egg?
Oh, I didn't.
Yep. I have a video up about it. There's a Zelda reference hidden in each of the cauldrons. Because the designer is a really big Zelda fan. And so there's a little Triforce above a door in each of the cauldrons, and then there's a secret way to get into it. And then Aloy says a comment about how she hears a voice singing, and then you open a little treasure chest and she'll say, oh, it's dangerous to go without supplies, I should take these.
That's
Or something
awesome.
like that. But it's like they literally got, like, it's not quite it's dangerous to go alone, but it's close enough. Like, it's a very intentional line referencing that, and it's just made me super happy that it is in it. And she said something about the Triforce, like 3-in-1 or something like that, as well.
Man, sometime I gotta tell you about my Eastern style D&D campaign. Like, so I've been playing D&D since I was a kid. I've been mostly DMing like 9 times out of 10 for, I don't know, 20 something years, I guess. I don't DM as much like in the last 5 or 6 years. Mostly just playing whenever I get a chance, but I was really proud of this one storyline that I ran, which was very Zelda inspired. Was using the Rokugan campaign setting, which is this very oriental style world, and basically like combining that with Zelda like worked really well because of the common mythologies in a sense. Like you have all of these like Eastern Asian legends that are going into making this campaign setting, and you have the same legends going into inspiring a lot of Zelda lore. And so I'm like, oh, I
Gotcha.
should just combine these things. And it was a really fun game. I've got the notes somewhere. I've got like about 90 pages of notes on that thing. It took me like, I don't know, like 7 years or something to run it, like off and on.
What? You got the
Like,
same people to play a campaign for 7 years? That's a miracle.
well, it was a campaign I made just for one person, just for a
Gotcha.
friend of mine from middle school, Peter, who, I mean, I've known him since middle school, and so, like, it would just be, I would just be on the phone with him, and we'd have our fun playing, and I just came up with this story over such a long time. It's got a lot of really cool things. I don't know, it'd take me, like all night just to step through the story plots Like it's incredibly long and weird, but it was good. Oh man, yeah, I forgot my point. I was gonna make some kind of other point. Maybe just the fact that it was Zelda related.
Yeah, because you were saying because of the legends that it was based on was that's where what
Yeah,
I the takeaway I took was that the legends were similar. So I don't know if there was another point, but it tracked for me if that helps.
yeah.
That's super fun though. Look at all my blades. I'm loaded.
Hmm.
Don't shoot Aloy with fire; she'll pop. Holy crap! Oh, I don't need that either. Just make a little more space so I can grab up all the goodies that I get off of. Let's see. Let's get rid of. I'm not going to use this. I don't even have a bow that can utilize it. I feel like this is hard to get later in the game though. Whatever. I haven't used it this late in the game. It's going to be fine. I just have so few slots. And that'll be fine. Oh, and I don't need this. Sorry. I'm just dealing with my inventory real quick and then...
Yeah, I think I'm actually just lagging a bit. I just see intermittent inventory screen on my phone.
Alright, let's do... I'm gonna go into a quest, so there might be points where I, like, start freaking out while I'm playing. But you're free to keep talking and stuff. Like, if you want to keep going on time travel or talk about AI or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, sure. I mean, I could go on to more time travel stuff, which kind of just started to get to the good stuff.
Yeah, it was
Like,
like you were just laying a foundation, and then we went and changed topics because I have ADD and I'm unmedicated right now.
I I know about that. Um, so yeah, like, so we were at the coin tossing and the noise, and
Toss a
so
coin to your
which
physics.
oh yeah, to your teaching assistant. I don't know. Yeah. So like, one of the things I did. This is where it seems like okay, that just seems like a weird quirk, but then you start to think, well, how general can this get? What if I have 2 coins or 3 coins? You know, how do the different coins react with each other? And you say, well, the noise is imprinted on the different coins, but if you have more coins, it gets diluted, and so the coins are
So you want to insert
less
as much
strongly.
random chance as you can.
Yeah, so the more random something is, the more it will get imprinted by that noise. And so there's a whole like system of how do these things affect each other, and you say, well, if you have 3 different coins and you decide that you're going to flip the lever the opposite way only if all 3 are heads, then yeah, all 3 become heads more often, but like the coins are no longer independent of each other, like,
This
and
almost starts to
all
make me
sorts
think
of
about the
crazy
Monty
things
Hall
happen.
pop, the Monty Hall problem. Like,
It is in a sense, in that the Monty Hall is like basically underlying is it's disrupting your intuitions because it's about how the probabilities change given new information. And time loop, you can think of it as being the new information that changes the probabilities of things. So, like, just as you can say, well, this guy opens the door and he reveals a goat, he changes your information about possibilities. Therefore, your probability of being correct or not is different. In the same way, this time loop coming into existence, it brings you information about the future that you normally couldn't have. And it changes the possibilities that are open to you and changes the probabilities of what can happen in the present. And so it is very similar, actually, to Monty Hall problem in a way. It's like Monty Hall on steroids, I guess.
yeah, like super duper crazy Monty Hall, but you can still probably reduce the principles to a degree.
Yeah.
And that's just me,
almost the
like,
same
whenever I
concept.
say any of that stuff, it's just me, like, am I even remotely that's me begging for, like, a help. Am I tracking it all because this is crazy intense?
No,
But in a good
you're
way. It's
doing
me
good.
getting excited, but it's like, I need an associative link to make, and then I need confirmation that I'm tracking because I think I am, but I want the correction so I can, like, get on track if I'm off track as well.
Yeah. So you're actually on track pretty good there. So like
Sweet.
this is where Leo Szilard comes in, actually.
Yeah, how is his name? Zillard? Do you just
I always mispronounce it
Zillard?
too. I always forget.
Zillard?
It's so weird.
Zillard. I don't know. Leo S. Our buddy Leo.
Yeah. He always makes me think of the rock paper generalization. Lizard, Spock, scissors.
Well, that's what is like, his name is Lizards. It's just misspelled. You take all the lizard letters and you just jumble them. And that's why, okay, here's the thing. I was playing this, I just need an aside real quick. I was reading
Yeah.
Richard Rhodes' The Making of the Atomic Bomb. And I was playing Horizon Forbidden West one night. And I'm listening to the, like, overview that Richard Rhodes gives of Leo Szillard's life, which is only in relation to the Manhattan Project, okay? And so our buddy Leo here reads an H.G. Wells book that talks about super bombs. And this is like in the days of Marie Curie, right? And all those folks, Einstein, all lived at the same time, crazy, amazing time where the future is limitless and there's unlimited possibility, but also the Great Depression is happening overseas, and we just had World War II. Or World War I, and now Germany is getting all weird. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But first, in the late 1800s, leading into the 1900s, H.G. Wells writes some books. And Leo reads one, and he's on a walk, and then he's like, oh my god, nuclear physics. Basically, right? In so many words. And then he's like, we gotta build this bomb before Germany builds this bomb. Holy shit. Otherwise Germany's gonna get there, and then that's gonna change the balance of power for the whole world. And then Oppenheimer and all them get together and do their thing. And then I Am Become Death. And then Japan and Truman. And Leo's like, no, it wasn't supposed to be used. And then it didn't make its way up the chain of command with all the 70 Manhattan Project scientists, and Truman never got the letter to be like, it was just supposed to be made, not used, or at least demonstrated and give them terms of surrender. And then that didn't happen. And then the most atrocious act in history, one of the most atrocious. Anyway. But I was reading that book, and his story reminds me of the story of this game. He kind of parallels how I view Elizabeth Sobeck in a lot of ways, where it's just like, except for like then Truman would, different people are different people in different ways at different times, but just with the whole, like, Liz introduces this energy technology into the world that then, with the AI and energy technology that she helps Pharaoh develop, that saves the world at first, but then it becomes the robots that eat the world. And so I just think of Liz and Leo. And I use Liz's story to help remember Leo's story, was the point, in so many words. But back to what you were saying, instead of me taking over, and I'm going to play a video game and let you talk.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's your channel, too. So.
Was I right? I was mostly right, though, right? Well, because the thing that made me connect it is when, who's the guy, his name starts with F, that was buddies with Marie Curie and visited her and saw her burnt hands?
Oh, man, I feel like I should know. I don't actually know tons of history of, like,
Gotcha.
scientists.
It was just very interesting to learn, because there's a scene in this that is later in the game where Elizabeth Sobeck, as a child, is making a robotics kit, putting stuff together, and it ignites a battery. She hacks it and hooks it up to a car battery or something, and sparks a fire that burns down a tree. And the fire department comes, blah, 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 blah. She's like, I don't care, whatever. And then her mom's like, Liz, you have to care. If you have these smarts, you have to use them to cultivate life, not death. And takes her over to the burned tree and shows her a baby bird's nest that was in the tree that burnt down. And when I was reading this book and they were describing the uranium burns on Marie Curie's hands as this, like, the dark side of nuclear physics, I was just like, oh my god, that's the baby birds! And that's how I remember that about... Anyway, it's just that I saw it as an interesting parallel of, like, because the whole story of this game parallels the dark side of every new technology. Every plowshare is a sword, right? Like, when we make new alloys, every time you make a new alloy, that can be used to build stronger buildings and to tear them down, etc. Yeah. And it's like every new technology is a tool and a tool for life and death, and it's like we have to choose which we're going to do. And it's just interesting to think about, like, in parallels to the Manhattan Project as well. Anyway, I'm going to actually play the game now.
Fermi that you're talking
I
about.
think it might be. Fermi sounds right. I mean, he was a big part of that whole group of people. The way they make it sound is just so, like all these people, like, it's just really this small group of core people that were really just doing all the cool shit during that period of time.
Well, I guess there were less people working on things, and they had a way of finding each other over time. The world seems to be a lot bigger place now.
But then I recently realized Einstein was one of the founders of Hebrew University in Jerusalem, which is where Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman met.
Yeah?
And they're my favorite. Anyway, I'm going to play a video game. You talk about time travel. I'm not going to interrupt again.
Oh, I think you will, but it'll be good.
It'll happen. It's true. But it'll be a long while before I do. At least because I'm getting in a fight.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hope I don't distract you then.
No, please distract me. Me distracting myself while doing this with no skill on ultra hard, with no reticule. I'm like, let's put me as men. This is me, Hades High Heat.
Nice. Yeah, so Solar. So basically, the thing that the connection to Solar is something called a Solar engine, and
which is like
he came up with this.
That's the Maxwell's Demon thing, right?
Yeah, Maxwell's Demon, exactly. So his thought experiment was you have a box, and he wanted to show that information and heat were related to each other in thermodynamics. So he says, well, you have a box and you put a divider into the box. The box only had one atom when you put the divider in, and so the atom's going to end up on either the left or the right. And when you slide that thing in, it's not close to where the atom is, so it shouldn't take any effort to push the divider in. Just go in, and now the particle is stuck in a smaller area. So now you can pull out one of the walls slowly, let the particle push the wall to re-enlarge the chamber back to the original volume. And you've extracted some amount of heat from this particle, from its random motion, and you've turned it into some useful work. And you do this by the fact that you know where the particle is. And so there was a lot of arguments like, well, is this breaking the laws of thermodynamics, which is that you can't really do useful work from pure waste heat. You have something called the Carnot engine, Carnot cycle. You have a maximum efficiency where you have a source of energy and you're using it to do work. There's like a maximum efficiency that you can use it to do certain kinds of things. You always lose some energy, gets dissipated as heat. It's wasted in a sense. It's no longer accessible. And heat is like random motion. and that's related to entropy. Basically, you have, your system is going to be going from a very organized system of stored up potential energy, and then it's going to undergo some change. And if that change involves emitting waste heat, increasing the entropy, then you can't really go all the way back to your original state. Because you can't put that randomness back in a bottle, because, if a particle, you know where it is, and then you lose track of it, it takes some work to find it again and to put it back in its place.
Just stay out of the way for now.
And so that idea was debated around a lot, and there was something that came out of it called Landauer's principle, which is the equivalency between the one bit of information that you need to record which side of that box the particle was on, and the energy that you can extract by using that piston to get the system back to big box size. And so that was like kind of a big resolution of one of the things that for a real long time people didn't understand or weren't really sure about in thermodynamics, and became a big part of like modern information theory and so on. But to circle back to Time Machine, basically what I did was, well, the way that Maxwell's demon, the problem is solved, that you have to make a measurement of this particle, and you have to record that one bit of information, and then erasing and resetting that one bit of information costs you the same entropy that you gain by doing the whole divider piston process, right? The divider and piston process is increasing the order in the world. It's taking some of the random motion of the particle and it's turning it into orderly piston movement. And in order to do that, you have to take a measurement, but then in order to repeat the process, you have to reset your knowledge of where the particle was. You can't just store up that knowledge infinitely. You don't have an...
Put it in your RAM, not your hard drive.
Yeah, like...
Sort of, kind of.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The idea was that to go exactly back to how it was, you had to erase that measurement. And in order to erase that measurement, you have to emit heat to the environment, right? And so that increases the entropy of the outside world, is the loss of that measurement information. But then I was like, well, what if the particle is no longer random? What if instead the particle and its measurement are wrapped up in a time machine? And it's like, well, you still are measuring the particle, but now you say the time machine is linked to this particle, and it's forcing it, say, to be on the left 99% of the time. Well, informationally, the information that the particle is definitely on the left, when you already know it's 99% likely to be on the left, it's not as much information as when the particle is in a random place. You don't learn as much, because you already kind of knew where it was, for the most part. And so you can kind of think, well, what if I have a whole bunch of Solard engines, and then just like the example where I'm trying to push a whole bunch of coins to all be heads, can I optimize and pick a whole bunch of these engines and try to push all of them in the same direction so that I will effectively come out ahead? Like Maxwell's demon no longer balances out. He now comes out ahead of where he's supposed to be. He gets too much work done based on these particles no longer behaving randomly. So like lots of things in physics are like really finely balanced with each other in ways that are not really obvious. So like, I know you played Mass Effect, and I know they have this, like, entanglement communication in Mass Effect, right?
Yeah, that's how they do their long-distance communicating.
So, that's kind of a real thing, but also kind of not, in that particles do communicate with each other, but the way that they communicate is very carefully, is very exactly balanced so that you can't use it, only they can. But the way that they communicate is perfectly
so you can't
balanced to
outside
prevent you
influence it.
from using it. Yeah.
Because while you're trying to shift it, the other one's state is affecting the one that you're trying to shift. And so you can't backwork it. Only they can. In a way, like, that's not a perfect way to say it, but yes.
Yeah, part of it. It's that each particle, they're linked together, but they also have multiple different states. And so the balance between the states that the particles are in is always such that you cannot actually use it to send information. It's a really neat little, like, theorem. You can, like, calculate the result, and it depends on something in quantum mechanics called unitary evolution, which is just a very fancy phrase to describe that one-to-one determinism. So, like, unitary refers to the type of matrix that is used to map states from one to another. Basically, you have a vector, which is the state, and you have an evolution matrix, which is just a matrix, and it takes that vector and it turns it into a new vector, which is the state at a later time. And basically, the logarithm of that matrix is another matrix, and it has certain properties with regard to the components of it that are complex numbers and its symmetry, such that its determinant is always 1. And that basically tells you some stuff about clusters of states and how far apart they are in space, and it tells you lots of weird and interesting things. But at the end of the day, the special property that the matrices that link different times are that prevents you from actually building some kind of FTL out of that. And that's actually the case in a lot of different things in quantum mechanics, are very carefully balanced. But they all depend on this unitarity, this one-to-one past and future. And remember, we already broke that by having the machine able to generate 2 different outcomes from a single outcome. And so what happens is that if you have a system with time machines, like quantum mechanics behaves in a more general way. It's no longer perfectly balanced, but it kind of goes off the tracks a little bit in ways that you can still calculate, but there's kind of a deviation from how things normally act, and it produces all these strange and interesting side effects. So the whole thing with the Szilard engine is that I was working to kind of use that same setup that Szilard did to explain Maxwell's demon. I'm using it with a time machine to show that a time machine is actually acting like a heat engine. You're using the time loop, the information of the loop itself is actually doing work by manipulating the balance of probabilities. And so it was kind of, the phrase I was using was that time machines are like refrigerators, and that they kind of restrict possibility a little bit more than it normally would be, where you'd have, normally something is hot, it has a lot of energy, it's very random. The more energy it has, the more different states that it can be in. And a refrigerator lowers the energy of the particles, and it makes them more predictable. There are less possibilities for them to be in. And so, similarly, you have some arbitrary system. If you have a time machine linked to it in some way, then a time machine is cooling that system down. It's eliminating possibilities, or it's reducing them. Because, like, when we're looking at that noise imprinting, how it's adding up the 4 possibilities,
That's got their
with
attention.
multiplying these different events together, all those multiplied numbers are smaller than 1. And basically the sum of those numbers is always going to be smaller than those sums if you didn't have the time machine there. Time machine is restricting possibility. And so basically that led to some derivation of like, well, if time machine still has to obey thermodynamics, that means that just like with Szilard's engine, Landauer solved that by saying that resetting the engine involves erasing information, which involves emitting waste heat. The big kind of reveal there was that showing with the Szilard engine and time machine, it showed that the time machine has to emit waste heat. Like, it's basically an air conditioner. A very fancy air conditioner, but it's kind of interesting. So just like a refrigerator has to...
That is super interesting, though, like, for real.
Down.
Well, the crazy thing is how relevant that is to this part of the game right now, too, because that's the big thing for fighting corruptors and Deathbringers, is, like... But it factors into the timeline and how the robots actually end up killing the world in this game, in a weird way. And that's just me getting, like, nerdy and weird, so ignore me.
Yeah, well, I still haven't seen the end of the
But
game.
now I can link that to the game, because literally fighting a Deathbringer, its weakness is that it overheats. So I'm like, that can be how I remember the solution to this. It's a mnemonic device that I don't know how to pronounce that word either. Mnemonic device. It's a Maxwell's demonic device. Ultimately. Anyways, sorry. That was the worst pun ever told.
No, not the worst, I think, but... Yeah, so... I kind of trying to think of what direction to go from here. So we've got this weird setup of time machines are able to imprint noise, and they're able to cool things down by restricting possibilities, and they have to generate waste heat for that to make sense. So if you don't know how a time machine works, right? So I'm not making any particular assumptions like, well, what is the time machine? How does it work? What are all the mechanisms? I'm like, well, however it works, I know it has to put out this much waste heat. So like, regardless of how you build the machine, there's like certain limitations that are built into its existence. So then, let's see. Oh yeah, I did eventually promise to come back around to the tourists. Which is...
That's right, we gotta have our little friends coming from the future to change the past.
Well, so, the time machine, in being able to change these probabilities and like heat things down and do this work, it's acting also kind of like a big battery. It's like a battery of probability. Like, it can change the probabilities of a bunch of things that it's linked to, but it doesn't have an infinite capacity to do that. Its capacity is basically inversely related to how noisy it is, which is basically related to how cold it is. Like, it's a refrigerator, and the more powerful it is, the colder it is. And so you have to consider, like, well, in order to make the time machine, in order to make a time loop, it involves basically cooling something down, in a sense. Like, you have to create this potential. And that potential, like, the waste heat from that potential scales more and more with how much information a time machine can hold. And so we're looking at a time machine that has like a certain level of noise of like, 1% or something, and it only holds like a single bit of information, which is pretty small. But then if you look at, and that produces like a non-negligible amount of waste heat, right? But then if you look at something like, well, how much information is in an entire coffee cup, right? Like all the molecules and their angles and configurations. It's like, you know, some very large scientific notation number power of information, right? You have, you know, many orders of magnitude more information in any kind of like actual macroscopic physical object compared to a single bit of information or a single electron spin or something. And that also something like this coffee cup is still got a pretty low amount of noise, right? The position of each like particle in the coffee cup is still relatively, is not going to change a lot, too much, right? It's not at absolute zero, but it's not like a ball of plasma either, right? It's got a little picture of a dog on it, and that picture is going to stay there even if I put it in the wash with like hot. And so the information of the coffee cup is very stable. Or like any normal object at a normal amount of energy is going to be carrying a large amount of information. It's going to be very cold information, which means that if you wanted to send it through a time loop, that potential that's required is inversely related to that temperature and directly related to the amount of information. And so you quickly find out that making anything that can send like a macroscopic, you know, a coffee cup into the past would require like crazy amounts of effort to do. It's like ridiculously hard. And so that kind of helps a little bit in terms of explaining why you don't have tourists. It's that it's really hard to go to the past. And there's other effects, which is that it's not just the temperature of the one side of it, right? The temperature of the cup and the temperature of the machine, which is like the noise of the machine. The other half of that was the noise of the rest of the system, right? The noise of the person hitting the wrong button, or the noise of the coin flip that it's...
Can you imagine? Like, it's like The Fly.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's not even the same thing, but it's just like you're fly in the machine. Whatever that random chance of worst case scenario.
Oh, yeah.
That's sorry. I made a very, because you know the movie The Fly. Like, he goes in the machine,
Yeah.
the machine works,
Yeah,
but the fly enters.
Mm-hmm, and messes up everything.
That's how I want to think of it from now on. Instead of just random chance, it's the fly.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's one way you could have everything go wrong.
I just think, like, worst case scenario, like, can you just imagine, like, when you're time traveling, that's not when you want something to go wrong. Nor when you're transporting yourself through a machine.
So the big analogy would be, okay, you got this big time machine and you're going to go to the past, but you bring a fly with you. How is that going to change everything? So have you ever seen any time travel movies, you know, like, oh, butterfly effect, we're going to change the future and all this business? And that's not really the real danger, in a sense, of the fly in this case. Like, in the cases that I'm kind of laying out, it's not like Back to the Future where you go back and you change anything. Everything only happens once all the way through. It's always consistent, right? But that doesn't mean that it's always, like, gonna be, that it's gonna happen in a normal way. So, like, remember we had the chance that the person hits the wrong button, and you can replace that with the chance that everything comes back to the same that it was when the loop finishes, right? So you have a coffee cup being sent into the past, and then you know, whatever, it's sent 100 years into the past, and then all sorts of regular things happen with this coffee cup and people and time passing. And then someday in the future, somebody needs to send the exact identical coffee cup back. Or at least within the margin of error of the temperature of the time machine. So, like, our coffee cups don't have to be exactly the same, but the similarity of the coffee cup that arrives and the coffee cup that is sent has to be within the limits of the temperature of the cup, right? And so it's got to be very, very close. And if you have a fly, well, now that's one more thing that has to be the same, only now it's something that is very chaotic. And so the idea that if the time loop is very big, you have a lot of time passing, and lots of things can happen. And what happens is, it's kind of like the dilution, where when I was trying to control coin flips, and I would keep adding more and more coins, and the power of the time machine gets diluted across tons and tons of things. And so if you have a time loop that's like, you know, whatever, really big, hundreds of years, it gets so diluted because it's trying to turn the whole world around in a way to close the loop. But the world is a lot bigger and heavier than the time machine, and the time machine will just not be able to handle it. And so it would just, like, basically fail to work. It would just say, well, you know, we tried, but the ability to match these coffee cups is a lot smaller than the ability to undo the apocalypse, which involves much bigger changes than just, you know, slightly changing a coffee cup.
Because it's not like it's like
least resistance
with that. Because with the time machine, I guess the thing that you never really stop to think about is it's not just the machine acting on its traveler. Mm-hmm. It's the equal and opposite reaction of, like, the rest of the universe. In order to remove something from the universe, it has to also interact with the rest of the universe, right? Basically.
Yeah.
Like, it's not an isolated incident of just the person traveling, it's the person traveling in space-time. So it's acting on all of space-time for that person, even though it's just moving the person.
Yeah. So, like, one of the consequences of, remember Mass Effect particle pairs? Why you can't actually use them like they do in Mass Effect is because of the balance of the unitarity.
Yeah.
Well, the time loop breaks that balance, which means that if you had a time machine, you could use it on one of the pairs, and the imprinting of the noise onto the particle pairing causes the particle far off in the universe to start revealing information about what's going on the other end, when normally that would be canceled out by the balance.
Oh,
and so
okay.
somebody with a time machine can build the Mass Effect communication system, even if the time machine is a really tiny little, like, you know, 2-second loop in a microwave that doesn't really go anywhere. You know, all it can do is sit there and blink on and off, and you can just put a particle into it occasionally. Like, its influence propagates out across the rest of the universe, changing events. And those changes can go back to before you even build the time machine, or
so it, like, chain reactions.
Destroyed. Yeah, but the farther they go, the more things they have to pass through. It's like lightning bolts in a storm. Like, you know how if you're wearing rubber, maybe, or you're, like, not in the path of least resistance, you're less likely to hit by the lightning bolt.
Yeah.
And so, you know, and if the cloud is really, really far away, the probability of being struck by lightning goes down really, really fast. And so the probability of time loops being able to form or influence something, like, it drops off super fast. It's like an exponential drop-off, because there's a sort of background resistance, like a grounding of the charge that happens, that is getting diluted across all the rest of the universe that it's trying to interact with. So if you're really close to where the time machine is, like when you're in the middle of the loop, then you can see these strange effects like happen that are really dramatic. But if the time machine is really far away or really far in the future, then it just gets bogged down by the rest of the universe wanting to be too normal for it and its weirdness. So, I don't know. I guess I could go a little more, but, like, basically, it is just, like, in a sense, not worth it for the travelers from the future to come back, usually to a specific time, because you have a lot of different travelers. They kind of interfere with each other, but also the raw difficulty is such that all of those possibilities still add up to something really, really small, because the infinite series of all the different possible travelers, like, the probability of one of them being able to come back drops off faster than the number of travelers that could come and where they could come from. So it is just kind of a boring answer to, well, all these tourist guys, it's just kind of too hard for them to, because they have to overcome this immense barrier of that potential. Like, in order to create the time loop, you have to have enough, you have to be able to do enough work to move that amount of heat to cool the system down by that much. And that's like an exponentially large amount of work. And so that quickly becomes impossible even for people that have whole galaxies to play with. So it's interesting. I mean, I guess the outcome is not that time machines are completely impossible, but that they are just very difficult. But I don't know. There's still some interesting and weird consequences that can come about. Oh man, there's like a lot of other like really strange effects where you can chain events together and you can take like multiple different time loops and try to set them at odds against each other and see what happens. And it gets very complicated, but it can still be resolved in a very systematic way. Like the math kind of works out to tell you what happened. And it's very similar to, if you ever took like physics 2 maybe, where they do circuits, like electricity.
Yeah, but I suck at the terminology around it.
Well,
but I think about it easier when I think about a hose, and if you like when you squeeze on a hose, and when I think about guitar signal chain, I get better at thinking about circuits. The terminology confuses me sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's just the idea is that the time machine is like the battery of the circuit, and then the other things that are going on, like coin flipping and people pressing buttons and so on, are like the light bulb part of the circuit. And
okay.
So you have this kind of flow back, or circulation around between other things and the time machine that causes the light bulb to light up. And, maybe your battery isn't strong enough to light up.
It's like an energy pulse, but it's not energy, but it's like there's like a pulse that goes out from it of just like suddenly there's a signal.
Yeah.
That's sending out influence.
Yeah, I guess that's a word. Oh, now, this is going to be really pretentious, I bet, but back when I was discussing this with my friends, one of them being Peter, him and I talked about this a whole lot way back even in high school, and then over time just kind of worked out more and more. But I was a fan of the Discworld books, if you've ever read anything by Terry Pratchett.
It's pronounced Tiatame.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see. A woman of culture, then.
I'm only
but-
familiar with a few of them. I haven't like done the whole series, but yes.
Yeah, but that was a really good reply. But how he goes on about magic in there. So we basically were calling it the unit of probability juice or whatever of time loops. We say, well, that juice is magic, and the unit is bombs from Terry Pratchett. Just because, I don't know, it seemed, cool at the time. To call it
Yeah, fair
magic.
enough.
Because it's so strange, and it does seem like it does magical things.
Yeah. And so what is that referring to then? Just to make sure I'm tracking.
Oh, in Terry Pratchett, I guess it was just the units that they had for magic.
Well, but then in real life.
Oh, in real life, it's referring to the ability of the time machine to alter
Yeah,
probabilities of
the
events.
influential power of the time machine.
Yeah, which I think more conventionally would just be measured in terms of entropy.
It's current of time or whatever.
Yeah.
If we're going with the circuit route.
Yeah, it's current, or it's entropy potential. So you can convert between all of those things.
Now, entropy potential gets weird because isn't the measure of entropy itself linked to the arrow of time?
Yeah, but then you would expect a time machine to do strange things to the arrow of time.
That's interesting. But how does that work with like the math because of the way that it's inherently... I mean, I guess if you're breaking time, you're breaking time. That's the whole point. Yep. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Well, the idea is not so much breaking, if you think of it as breaking the arrow of time or river of time, but you're digging out a little eddy in the side of the river for the water to swirl around in a loop for a while.
That's
The overall course is still
just-
moving forward, but you have to do some digging to create that little circular...
But then that just makes me start thinking about like the effect of black holes on what's around them and on time.
Oh, that's a whole other thing, other talk, I guess.
Because that's just like that's kind of like not knowing what I don't know and knowing that I don't know what I don't know about black holes, which we already don't know what we don't know about in the first place, and that's kind of their whole thing. To me, they just seem like, and especially if we're looking at the motion around them and the way that time slows to an almost standstill at when you're almost like hitting the singularity, like they almost seem like magnetic stirring rods.
A little bit, I guess. The different black holes can have a bunch of different geometries and shapes, and time can be.
But like they just like
shaped
they do this
differently
thing to
depending
the
on what
stuff
it is.
around them.
All right.
But then thinking more about like the specifically like the supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies theory thing, and how that informs the nature of galaxy formation. Me having never studied a bit about astrophysics, just thinking about the motion of them, I don't know, man. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of touches on some things from black hole physics, the whole black hole information problem, which is kind of
Well, because that's what gets me, because isn't that the whole thing about, like, is information lost?
And if you remember, I was going on about determinism and mapping states.
Yeah, and that...
The whole
Yeah.
problem with that is that it seems like the black hole is not mapping states one-to-one. It's mapping several different things onto the same state, and then it's mapping that same state back to several different states that are not related to the first set of states. It's not obeying the one-to-one rule, and that seems like it would cause all sorts of other things to break. And so that's led people to speculate all sorts of strange ways to resolve it. They're like, well, we can't really allow this this principle of one-to-one to be abandoned because too many other things are linked to it. But there are ways to kind of relax it and still have something that makes sense. It's just time loops and that sort of thing, like, it's still relatively unknown. There's like a few other people that have worked on this kind of thing, but you know, it seems like it has so many problems that people are just like, no, I'm just gonna throw my hands up. There's no way that could make any sense.
That makes sense that people would go for other topics.
Oh yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, it's like, this was always just kind of me doing this for fun and interestingness. But, I mean, back when I was like first working on this, back in those cloudy days, I was like taking myself way too seriously. You know, I'm like, I gotta like solve all problems in the world and
I mean,
all these things.
there's a part of you that if you're gonna go up against something like that, you have to believe it's possible, though. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's, if you're using that to fuel the creative process of discovery, then it's like, lean into it, man. But obviously, like, you have to come up for air.
Yeah, it was good, and it was also too much in some ways, you know? But, I mean, I have
That's real.
the same kind of things. I mean, like, you know, you get in the zone, and sometimes you're just like, okay, this is now going to be a giant treatise. But, yeah, so...
Cheaty's dissertation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can completely understand that thing happening. Like, man, if I was writing a philosophy dissertation, it probably would have turned out the same way. Well, I mean, hopefully I wouldn't have died from an air conditioner falling on my head.
You know. I relate to him on too many levels. Not as much as Eleanor. I mean, literally Arizona trash, let's be real. I went the wrong way. What mistakes were made?
Yeah, that's such a great show. But yeah, back when I took myself a bit too seriously in those days, I did have developed kind of a complex of thinking about, like, oh my gosh, if this is, you know, real, then if somebody discovers how to do this, it could actually solve all these problems. I mean, I'd sit down there and I'd think, well, you know, what can I do with a computer and a time loop? And I did some work on that, and it was pretty neat. I did meet somebody who also tackled that question independently. Now, a professor at UT named Scott Harrison, who I'm friends with, and we sometimes talk about random things. I don't know him like super well, but we kind of became friends coincidentally just because I emailed him like, hey, you wrote about the same thing I wrote about like years and years ago. And so, but like lots of people like kind of independently can like think of these things. They're not like impossible to think of. It's just so weird that hardly anybody bothers to think about it.
Makes sense. Are there just not a lot of hobbyists in it either?
I mean, there are more hobbyists than there used to be, and there's more popular interest, I guess, than there used to be. But like, it's still somewhat obscure, and there's lots of different competing ideas, and it's still kind of seen as a little bit juvenile, I guess, by serious physicists.
I think that is a juvenile behavior to call people interest juvenile, if that makes sense. Which is a hypocritical way to put it, but like, geez, why are you guys like this?
I mean, not everybody's like that. It's just like,
I know, but for the ones that are,
yeah,
like,
I understand like a lot of like high profile, like famous physicist and professors have like this certain background level of like sometimes non-technical people will like come up with some weird ideas and they will go and be like, I'm gonna go to the college and talk to the science guy and tell him how I proved that the moon is cheese or something.
Yeah, which I get. That's the same thing that happens when you go to the doctor and you're like, but I Googled this.
Yeah, like they get that too, and they can be a little more judgmental, I think, even than doctors in some way, because they're like, man, this is like so far away from anything. Because at least like WebMD and like, I think there's more awareness of like medical information than there is of things like astrophysics.
The moon being cheese, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's like me being like, it's a whatever, it's a fire hose or whatever I was saying. But that's not the same. I'm not trying to be like making a statement by saying that. I'm just literally like, is this on the right track so I can store this in my brain next to that topic?
You like understand that you're working with ideas and like a lot of things are built on analogy and
yeah, I might not understand this, but I can understand something similar to this and to know that I'm at least sort of tracking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's as many different types of people have ideas about science as there are different types of people, I guess.
Yeah. For me, I just remember things better if I can remember something similar to it that runs parallel to it. And then I store things in my brain as more of like the Venn diagram. Like, I like to triangulate things by like similar things to them rather than just have them as isolated stuff or whatever. I don't know. It's just it's a very associative web of information in my head, basically.
I mean, that's why people...
Which is why I like to think about lattices and spiders.
Yeah.
I build a network. It's a Wikipedia with crosslinks, and it's like your Google hierarchy where you need more things backlinking to it to recall it. And that's literally a psychological concept where the more associative hooks you can put in something, the quicker you're going to remember it. And so my brain is just already, it's lightninging.
Yeah. I think I was going to say something about like that associativeness is, I thought sometimes that's why people forget things when they go to a different room. Because sometimes, like, part of your working memory is anchored to stimuli that are like ongoing. And so if the overall, like, stimulus suddenly changes to something else, your working memory actually takes a really brief hit during that change.
Yeah.
And if you're storing something in that part that gets hit, then you suddenly will forget your train of thought or something that you were planning on doing because a chunk of memory got swiped out because it was being pinned to the picture on the wall that you're no longer seeing.
Yep. Because then you're consciously having to take in new environmental information and make sure you're safe. And even though a lot of it's background work when you're in familiar environments, your brain is still doing work that it didn't have to do a moment ago.
Man, neuroscience stuff is really interesting. That's something I wish I'd done more research into that I didn't really get around to. I mean, I've been doing a whole lot of AI stuff, but it's not the same. It's like adjacent, it's informative of it, but it's still very distinct.
I figure when it comes to that kind of stuff, especially when you're in, like, AI is such a new field with possibility, like, or any research, like, the more broad stuff you can bring into it, the better, no matter what, because of, like, the backworking of the associative frameworks.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to remember backing up a little bit more in my train of like basically like when I was being like really serious about
I rabbit trailed terribly.
Oh, it's fine. I'm used to like thinking and trying to like rewind and figure out where I was going a minute ago.
It's just helping illustrate time travel.
Yeah. Time travel of thinking. Yeah. So like I was going on about like computers and how you could like link things to computers and they would speed up like exponentially fast. So one of the interesting things is, suppose that you decide that your coin flip is actually going to be the digits of something that you're trying to calculate, and you are just going to randomly guess a whole bunch of times. And normally, you're calculating something, and the chance of guessing it is incredibly small. It's exponentially small based on how big of a thing you're guessing. But then you change those probabilities, and suddenly it's practical to make guesses. And so there's a whole class of like problem solving, of like computer programs that make use of random numbers, and those programs would never work in the real world. But then if you have a time machine, suddenly those programs are like super powerful, because the statistics of the random choices help guide the program to the solution that would normally take, billions of years or something. And so you can
That
actually
is
build
so
computers
interesting.
that are just vastly more powerful than anything ever, just about. And you wouldn't even need that powerful of a time machine. You wouldn't need the big super galaxy time machine to send.
Cause okay, now I'm starting to get like, yeah, the time machine then becomes like an actual battery.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally can power things.
Like, it's not powering
Because
like the energy of the computer, but it's kind of like powering its calculations in a way.
yeah, like you're using it to drive the equation. But then you can use the equation's outcomes to. I don't know.
So this kind of loops back around to what I was trying to do before all this, which was I was like, I need nanotechnology to cure genetic disorders in adults. And to do that, I need to solve protein folding. I need to solve tons of engineering.
Which is why you need the supercomputing power.
Yes. And so, at the time, I didn't really think that AI was possible or going anywhere, and I kind of dismissed it back in those days. And so, I was like, well, if I could just get a time machine, I could build these computers.
Because you can use that to power your freaking calculations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And, you can see how you could build a whole chain of technologies based on having a time machine. Different. And it seemed like, that guy was like, there were no limits, right? The engineer,
Brad Andek, yeah.
robots, he's like, there were no limits. Wow, there are no limits. And then I'm like, oh god, there are no limits. That's
yeah.
So yeah. So because remember, it can affect things that are random, right? And
yeah.
one of the most random processes in the world is something like nuclear decay. And so you could quickly be like, well, some guy with a time machine could hack anything with his supercomputer ability. But he could also do something like adjust the value of critical mass of nuclear weapons, like raise or lower.
Because the randomness affects the decay of the payload.
Yep.
And then when they could make it a super bomb, or it can make it a dud.
Yeah, or it could just remotely cause it to go off, because the payload is set in pieces, and if you lower the critical mass to lower than one of the two halves...
Because you're throwing out the stuff that's balancing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about nuclear physics except for one Wikipedia article I skimmed like 2 days ago.
Yeah, well...
On the chain reaction.
It's crazy stuff. And so, the time machine stuff is crazy. Nuclear physics is actually not that crazy. It's pretty neat. But that kind of underlined how quickly I was able to realize that would just be incredibly, incredibly dangerous. Even just completely ignoring anything like, Back to the Future is gonna run over Biff's car or something, change the past, and all this stuff. No, I'm not changing any past or anything. Even if I just have this tiny little loop that gives me a couple seconds at a time to skip around with a few bits on a computer, that's enough to, you know, build a whole new world or blow up the old one or both. It's too much power.
Okay, I gotta ask, when you said that, now I'm like, have you watched The Midnight Club?
No, I have not.
Have you watched, okay, before you watch Midnight Club,
number of times
have you watched any of the, like, the Flanagan stuff? Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, all amazing.
I don't think I've watched any of his stuff.
Okay, they're incredible. They're not, at the end of the day, actually about ghosts, but they're about ghosts. So they're like suspense scary, but it's like deeply philosophical and incredible, and I think you will probably love them. But there's one of the ones, Midnight Club, is they get together and tell stories, but one of them deals with time travel stuff that I think you would probably like. But I think you would like all of the Flanagan stuff, and I would rewatch it just to like have it fresh to discuss it with you, because it's the kind of stuff that, like, bring Kleenex.
Yeah, I liked a lot of different time travel movies. I really like Dark. That's a really cool show.
Yeah, I'm on like episode 3 of that now.
Oh, there's
3 or 4.
Just because of how it's this giant mosaic of all these different things happening. And I guess Primer was also pretty good. Like, it's really hard to write a really good time travel show because a lot of the way drama works, stories are structured to be like the normal world. They're not structured to be like some strange upside down time world. But yeah, so back when I was in that phase, I was like, even though I didn't have much of a way to figure out how to like build a time machine at the time, I kind of realized how massively significant and that it wasn't half as impossible as like everyone thought it was. I mean, it still might actually be impossible, so it's kind of irrelevant. But it started to weigh upon me immensely back in those days as a moody high schooler. And oh man, so that led to me getting into black holes and astrophysics, because I'm like, well, time machine, in order to work, if you could break the balance of unitarity, then you can use, say, the mass effect particle pairing combined with some sort of weird black hole effect to create, effectively, a time loop. That is, like, if you had those entangled particles, and if black holes really did change the balance of unitarity, then you should be able to use one to build a time machine. And then I was, like, looking at all sorts of crazy setups involving shooting lasers off to distant black holes and trying to create loops between them. That was pretty wild stuff. But, I mean, it took me to a really strange mental place to even...
Well, just to try to... When I started thinking about black holes, I don't know the math of it all, but still even just trying to think... Because I more try to picture... Instead of thinking about math, I like to picture myself experiencing things. And, like, try to listen to people describe how the math works. Because I don't like math. And so I more expose myself to images and stuff, and I only have a rudimentary understanding of any of this stuff anyway. Like, I'm not saying I understand it, but even just trying to get the rudimentary understanding, you kind of have to go mad.
A little bit.
Oh, I just headshotted him from back here! That was amazing.
Oh man, I missed it, I think. Or no, maybe I...
It's about to happen.
By a minute. Okay. Come on, no, don't lag.
That's just the nature of my connection into the YouTube.
Yeah. Well, my phone had gone to sleep right when you said that, actually. So I wasn't seeing anything. So I was so distracted by my own rambling on
It's
that
okay.
I
This is
forgot to
interesting stuff.
watch.
I'm like, especially if you're enjoying talking about it, I'm like, go on and on because I am very fascinated.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot out there to talk about. I mean, I'm kind of getting off into a little bit more like personal history, I guess, of like how my own kind of obsession with solving certain problems like led me down this really weird path where I started thinking about black holes and time loops and how to
I
change
love it though. It's
probabilities and
just a
make
very
supercomputers
neurodivergent
and
conversation in every way.
yeah, it was pretty weird. I mean, that's just kind of story of my life in a way. I mean, I did other things besides think about black holes. I mean, I had not exactly a normal experience, but I mean, I did other things, you know. So, yeah, like, man, time loops do have lots of really strange things. So one of my ideas I was working on is basically like how do you look at different theories of quantum gravity, and some of those theories
I am
do
very
allow you
interested
to
in
go
this.
off of the roads or off of the rails in that so
So,
going
what is quantum gravity to begin with?
just a theory that would allow you to make sense of like quantum mechanics of curved space-time, basically. Like you combine general relativity with a quantum theory. And there's like a whole bunch of different reasons why people haven't been able to make that work because the math has like problems where it like explodes and diverges and you say, well, I'm going to use the same techniques that I use in quantum field theory. I'm going to use predict gravitational things, and you just get like the prediction that everything is like infinitely big or infinitely small and infinitely energetic and fast, and you know, a whole bunch of things that don't make any sense. So you're like, well, can't be right at all, you know. And so, I mean, in quantum mechanics, they do get those kind of weird answers, and usually they find creative ways to get around them. There's a whole subfield of physics that is all about dealing with these sort of infinite quantities that seem like paradoxes, but really aren't if you kind of change your frame of reference, you know? So like, you know, you'll have something like, well, what is the effect of charged particle moving has an effect on the electric field. Electric field has an effect on the particle, back and forth, and this loops around infinitely, where you can have all sorts of interactions of photons appearing and disappearing in infinite combinations, and this produces a series of terms that make it look like, well, any charged particle should just have infinite energy just by moving around at all. But then you say, well, wait a minute. What if the coefficients of charge are not what we think? You think, well, what if all this infinite pileup is already happened, and the outcome of the infinite pileup is actually what we're measuring when we measure, say, the mass of a particle or its charge ratio?
Whoa! Can you break that down a little? That in itself is a whole thing.
Oh yeah. So this is called like renormalization in field theory. There's like different theories will predict like infinite things. So you put in your assumptions, you're like, okay, here's a particle. It has this much charge and this much mass, and these are the parameters of the setup, and how does the particle work? How much energy does it have in its field surrounding it? And you'll get some answer that looks like it's infinite. It blows up to infinity. Well, that's no good. But then you think, I'm going to change my frame of reference and realize that that number that I put down for the charge, the number that I put down for the mass, and the other aspects that I'm putting in as assumptions, those are actually outcomes. They're not the starting point, they're the ending point. And so you think, well, when I measure this electron's properties in the lab, I'm measuring the outcome of this infinite pileup of interactions. And so if I find the relationship between that infinite pileup, and maybe there's another equation where you have two electrons moving around and they bounce off of each other, and that equation gives you a different infinite pileup. But the two infinite pileups have some similarity, and that you can compare them and you can say, well, this one is twice as much as that one, which means that, you know, these two electrons have double energy of this one, because I can compare the way those infinite pileups are, and then if I assume what one of them is the thing that I'm seeing, then that allows me to predict what the other pileups should be, right? I'm saying, well, there's different infinities, and I have this kind of link between what I've seen and something that seems to be an infinity in a mathematical object. But then if I find the same infinity somewhere else, I can say, well, that infinity might be an infinity on paper, but when I actually look at it, it should look like the one that I've already seen. And so we can just kind of swap it out for something that's not actually infinity. And it's a really, really strange kind of counterintuitive thing. But they do a lot of these canceling out of infinite quantities and series is a big part of field theory. Because field theory is just this very heavy kind of abstract thing where
I'm getting that impression here.
Infinite dimensions and infinite
well, you have to hold. That's what I'm like. You do have to kind of go mad very slightly to start contemplating this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because you just to hold that much in your head to think about it, you have to hold that in your head, because doing the math on paper helps you figure out how to hold it in your head, but ultimately you're teaching yourself a language to describe what's going on in your head as you're thinking about it and observing it, right? Like,
yeah, well, a lot of the time it just gets to where it's so complicated it's beyond even holding that vision, and people are like, well, all I know is that this math seems to add up to
you
math.
Either only get it in the math, but how do you make sense of it? And it's like,
and then it
trust
takes, like,
that the equation was balanced.
Sometimes it takes years of thinking and tinkering and working with these things before you can really get the image of what the math is actually doing. That's kind of
well, that's what I was just thinking with, like, the motion of black holes and stuff like that, where it's just like there's more dimensions going on there than we exist in.
Yeah, black holes are certainly really strange and fun objects. Like, I don't know, I do like GR, like the idea of curved space is really neat, just as a concept.
And that's the general relativity.
Yep. Good old general relativity,
so,
where even gravity has gravity. That's why you have...
What is the difference between special and general?
Well,
that's the distinction, right?
It's just, general has gravity and special doesn't have any gravity. It's like kind of the very first...
And was that was like Einstein's breakthrough, right?
Yeah. So, like, Einstein wrote a whole bunch about stuff about it that I'm probably not going to do justice to just describing it, but, like, the idea was that you had space-time instead of space and time, and so special relativity was working through, like, well, what is this weird quantity of space-time, and how does it relate to how we understand coordinates? The idea that different people's notion of time is not going to be identical, but it's going to be related by an equation, and so on, also with their notion of distance. And so that kind of, like, allowed a step of abstraction to occur, where you're like, no longer are like the measurement of some, 5 meters or 2 seconds on a clock, like necessarily the fundamental thing, but now they're like one step removed from the underlying object. You're like, well, I'm measuring time as this much because of my reference frame, and somebody else is measuring a different thing because of his reference frame. Now you have a bunch of different people seeing an elephant instead of a bunch of different pieces, right? There's a level of abstraction that is added when you go to it. And then in GR, you create like almost like another level of abstraction beyond that, where you're like, well, the coordinates are no longer necessarily distances. The coordinates are names for the places that things could be. And the distances between things are actually all these who knows what. There can be all sorts of complicated functions that relate how one place is connected to another. And so general relativity was kind of the idea was not just that it's gravity, but it's a very general idea of all the different possible ways that you can have a coordinate system for space and time, right? So like you might think, well, I know about Cartesian coordinates, rectangular, X, Y, Z. You know about like polar coordinates, but there's like infinite number of different ways you can make your own coordinate system. And in GR, it's all about all those infinite ways of having different coordinate systems. Like, what is the actual like result of doing that? And so like, whenever you solve something in GR, you can solve a problem an infinite number of different ways because you have all these choices to make when you're solving the problem. You choose the different coordinate systems, and like the equations are about relating the coordinates to the underlying distances and times. And you're trying to, essentially, the thing that you're searching for is actually, the right coordinate system, or coordinate system that has those right properties that actually, like, predict what you want to predict. Because the idea is that, well, if you have a curved space, not all coordinate systems are equal, and some of those coordinates will give you like different answers to things. And so I'm kind of glossing over the difference between a coordinate system and a metric. So the idea is that in GR you have this matrix called the metric, which is actually the thing that relates the coordinate system to the distances and the times. And that's the thing you're really looking for. And so the equations of GR basically are telling you the relationship between the metric and the coordinates. And you have this huge freedom in changing coordinates. You can just like pick functions and say, I'm going to transform this problem into a different problem. As long as I do it by the correct rules, I just now have a completely different equation to solve, but they're all related to each other. And it's kind of this really neat way of realizing that you can have a lot of different ways of describing the same fundamental thing, but they're all tied together. I don't know, maybe that makes some weird philosophical sense.
I'm trying to take it all in. I think I'm tracking to a degree, but definitely not all of it. But that's kind of how that works anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I should probably watch more of the stream, though. I'm, like, rambling a bit much.
It's all good, man.
On now. Somebody in a hut, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to retake a village. Damn.
Seems like you might be further than my roommate. I think he stopped shortly after the sun ring.
This is the quest immediately following that one.
That's probably the same one that he's on.
These guys are
kind of
Some
like the
interesting
whole
choices with their security, that's all.
recapturing of villages and stuff in Tsushima.
Yeah, well, that's basically what I'm doing right now. You can actually skip this, but I'm not.
Mm.
Because why not make it harder if I'm making it harder? Just go all the way to making it harder.
It does seem like the enemy AI might be a little better in Tsushima, because
Yeah,
I just find it hard to do a lot of the stealth missions. I'm terrible at stealth. Always end up having to
it's
just
an
fight
acquired
everybody.
skill in that game for sure. Where is this guy? Oh, there he is. Whoa, hey there, buddy. Aw, man. Don't worry, just wasting my potions like a potion waster.
Man, I kind of like lost. I guess I didn't really have a whole lot more lined up to say. Just like, well, ramble on about science a whole lot. If you got any ideas of stuff to talk about or questions, that would be cool too.
So you said that the AI in this game, literally the actual story concept AI.
Well, I'm talking about just like the guards at the camp and how they behave.
No, you were saying something about with the actual world building concept versus
Oh,
actual like
was that
AI
like
stuff.
yesterday? Maybe.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. I mean, obviously, like we don't have like full AI and stuff yet, so it seems like anything I say is just gonna be like really
Obviously,
speculative.
yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just think about like the AI in terms of like the bots that are being controlled by like swarms and stuff, and it's just like I feel like it would be hard for there to be like this slow, even match between like the people and the AI. It'd be like the AI would either be like so much better that it would just like instantly shoot like all the soldiers and like hardly ever take any damage, or people would be able to find like some weird exploit like waving around a stop sign in front of its base and having it shut down randomly because it runs some bit of code from like when it was a self-driving car or something. Like in a lot of systems, there's like all sorts of weird problems, and things still are like things still break down. A lot of like robots are really limited in their function, and so I guess it could just be that the kind of robotics AI that the Pharaohbots have is still like way ahead of the current levels of AI. So maybe like what I'm thinking about doesn't really apply to it. But then I look at stuff like the bots that the military and people are working on, and I'm already like terrified of them. Like these like sniper dogs and like flying exploder bots and stuff that like I could imagine in not very long that they would just be so incredibly fearsome that you would never want to send humans up against them at all. Like you would just lose all of your people and hardly do anything. So, I mean, I guess it was like kind of a criticism, but like I said, I kind of see that part of the story. It does feel like they're doing so many things that you can't really criticize them for something like that, Because it's
Yeah.
like so far
And are
outside
you're so you're
of
talking with the
normal.
Pharaoh bots,
Yeah.
like they would demolish so much quicker? Is that
Yeah,
basically what you're
I
saying?
feel like realistically the Pharaoh bots would like overrun everything like really, really fast, and you wouldn't
So
have time to build some big system.
the the thing I've seen that limits them is the heat output. For them, that slows their reproduction because of they have to cool down to operate.
On your feet, Braves. The tribe needs
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that the Pharaohbots are not really,
you fight.
like, very intelligent, actually. They're kind of mindless, almost. So, like, they don't really think of any way to work around their own issues. Like, I guess some of the other things I'm like, well, I mean, biofuel is kind of interesting. It has been, like, talked about a bit, but it's also like, I mean, you know, when you have solar panels, it seems really weird to think about needing biofuel. It's like, well, I mean, wouldn't they just find, like, other sources of energy? Or, for example, if they have, like, all this wireless power in the game, like, you can't really, like, prevent somebody from just, like, tapping into the wireless power. Like, you know, if I have an antenna or something and you're broadcasting wireless power, then I can get some of that power. Like, I don't need, you know, the broadcaster's permission to start vacuuming up power from them.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
So it feels like there's a few holes that are not really explained, but then I also feel like I'm just being too demanding and like, you know, they do such a great job with so many other ideas and concepts and just like bringing it all into focus that, you know, that's kind of nitpicking stuff.
Yeah,
Especially
and
when
obviously
there's
this
so
is
much that
a
we don't
story
know.
written by writers, not physicists, but also like,
I mean, hey, I'd love to be a consultant on something like that. That would be amazing. That'd be
yeah.
way better than my
I'm sure
current
there's
job.
some people that probably have like marketed themselves as entertainment consultants for, that's got to be a thing that
Yeah.
people do, is
I mean,
like just
I thought
freelance
about
it.
writing the people that do Doctor Who because, like, I was a huge Doctor Who fan, and on one of my papers, I think the first Time Machine paper, the smaller one, where I talk about the Solarid engine, I put a Doctor Who quote at the top of the paper about it being a wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey ball. I don't know if you've seen lots of Doctor Who or not. I'm pretty
I've
sure you've
seen
seen
like 2
some.
episodes.
Oh man, you're
I
missing
made sure to
out.
make it count though. I watched The Weeping Angels.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, if you're gonna watch one, I picked a good one, right? Oh,
Yeah,
did I
that
just
was.
shoot my own
There's
dude?
so many. Like, it's really hard for me
Wait.
to pick like a particular episode. I need to like go through and come up with a list of greats, you know. Otherwise, I can't just be like, well, go watch 600 episodes of a show. Like, I mean, it's not One Piece, but it is really long.
Yeah, that's part of what's turned me off from starting it. Especially, I don't like to watch shows that are in their current run. Most of the
Well,
time,
but it's
I've
like it's a forever show.
I
I mean, they're
know
gonna
that's the
keep on
problem.
keeping on. But I mean, you can kind of be like, okay, watch David Tennant, the 10th Doctor,
Yeah,
and Matt Smith,
yeah,
the 11th Doctor. You can think of them as each being kind of their own show, and they're just connected to each other.
for sure. That's kind of the way that I would have to do it.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, Pharaohbots, I mean, I'm pretty sure I mentioned I felt like it was more of an analogy to capitalism or something than in some ways, right? That we're
Oh, for
building
sure.
up this machine, our society is the Pharaohbots, our
Wait, there's another
companies and
corruptor. Where did I
institutions.
go?
But I mean, that gets into like politics and economics and stuff, which is, you know, a little bit outside, but it's still interesting to think about. I did have one cool thing that I came up with in economics, like, I don't know, back around the time that I was, like, graduating from Baylor, just kind of as a fun exercise, which is going off of some stuff from computer science, the halting problem and Euler's theorem, which maybe you've probably heard of those two. Those are pretty big deal.
I don't know. That's starting to get a little more outside my hobby perusal.
Yeah. Well, Gödel's theorem is one of the most famous mathematical theorems, and it's the idea that any complicated system is going to either be incomplete or inconsistent. Oh, man.
Okay, I've never heard that before.
Oh yeah, my roommate's trying to get to sleep. I might
Oh,
have
gotcha.
to quiet down because the PlayStation setup is like right on the other side
Oh
of
no.
his room. So
You might think to pick it up from here tomorrow or something.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you can keep playing. I can just kind of go back to being in the chat, I suppose, as long as I don't talk with my loud voice anymore, which is starting to run out as it is.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of been just teaching physics for a pretty long time, so like, I don't want to just keep it going. I'll keep listening forever because I just love learning, so it's like,
yeah,
you know.
I mean, tomorrow I might not be able to make it.
Yeah, it's or whenever, just anytime,
you
know.
Well, I'm going to the concert with my dad
Oh
tomorrow.
yeah,
So
you were telling me about that.
He's getting out of the house in a real long time, and we're going downtown to the Meyerson, like Dallas Symphony Concert Hall place, which is really cool. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you've ever really been to Dallas very much, but
Only kind of been
really
through
cool
it more than to it.
Dallas is a really nice place. It's an oasis in Texas. So yeah, let me see. I guess I'll turn this off for now, and I'll go over to my computer and get on the regular chat. But I definitely want to do this again. I'll have like tons more stuff to ramble on. I mean, I didn't even get to anything related to social stuff or churchy stuff or, you know, any of that. A lot of the time in Waco and all that. There's a lot of things that went on. Oh man, it's almost like I lived a whole life, you know?
Right?
Or at least some of one.
You cannot run.
Yep. Okay, I'm signing off for now.
I'll be back
here in a minute.
All right, I'm gonna shut down the party chat then.
Bye.
All right. Good night. It'll have a potion in it.
Looking good.
I think one of the guys back here had a full health potion on him that I didn't loot. Or maybe I should just put armor on at some point, but nah. I killed this corruptor already. What is it doing running around again? Rude. I don't need to kill you again. I already killed you. You respawned. Cheap. You know what I'll do? I'll do this. I'll trick you into coming through these wires I put up here.
I'm turning back.
What? This thing takes down trees? Rude. Aw, buddy. I'm gonna get myself killed. Mistakes were made. It's called making it fun. Yeah! Sucker! That was a photo freaking finish! Ah! Right in the heat core! That is how to do it, you guys. Holy mackerel. That was the best corruptor fight I've ever done. I am on 0 skill. And I'm unarmored. Because why not? That was like the best corruptor fight I've ever done. Oh my gosh, you guys. This is a fun game. And there's ways to make it new. It's called Go on Ultra Hard, use no skills, and wear no armor. Oh, that was, I feel like an accomplished human being right now for surviving that. And look at how many potions I have left, you guys. And most of my Nora survived. Oh, we were going to the village. That's right. So, here. Because I think there's a body there that has potions in it, which might get me back to nominal. Maybe. 5th place. Hey, that's better than 12th. That was a super fun fight. Holy crap. I'm feeling like pat myself on the back. Cleaning up the sacred land. Oh, I did it again. Same problem. I feel like I'm getting in a freaking mode here. I love it. Alright. Come on, medicine. I'm like, oh yeah, not bad at this game. Alright, village, village, village. Back this way. That's right. Okay. Let's go here and find that corpse. I believe in me. ADHD is not going to steal my focus this time. There we go. So sad. Also, there's something that I've been trying to find that I don't remember where it is, because I always forget every time where it is, but I know it's here, but I don't want to say what it is until I find it, because it's sad, the end. Potions? Nope. There was a corpse with potions on it somewhere, I thought. Nope. I feel like maybe the area reloads and randomly spawns stuff on the corpses that do appear. Or maybe not. I don't know. Because the corruptor respawned, and that was interesting. It's a big area overall, but... Oh well, no potion. I was wrong. But that was fun. And I don't regret anything about it. But where is it? Where am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? No, it's not that. Is it this? No. Shoot, what am I thinking of? I don't know. I'll figure it out. No. But I should go up there. We gotta go north, boys. Whee!
Well, here I am.
Night comes. Can't hit anything with this.
Quietly.
Okay, so all these dudes in the middle respawn. Good to know.
Show them the power of the shadow.
Oh, buddy.
Come on, girl.
I like that I'm giving Aloy enough struggle, but by the time we get to the end, we'll feel like she really did fight a war. Because normally, I go through this quest really fast, and like right now, it's like, no, we're like infiltrating a place that's been taken over. Really like stretching out this tension. I like it. And it's like, I feel freaking badass because I've survived this long with no armor. Horizon Zero skill. Horizon only skill. Okay, where am I going? North. We gotta go up into the north and check on that part of the village. The Embrace. Kind of far. This music and this bleakness almost makes it feel like Elden Ring. Especially like that note coming in like that. It's just very Elden Ring-y. I still have my... Oh, one of them's dead. Well, it's okay, guys.
They know I'm here now.
Aw, thanks for helping me, Scrapper. You shot your buddy. How does that feel? Oh, okay, fine. I won't taunt you. Okay, fine. Wow. You're mad. I get it. You killed each other's friends. You wasted all my ammo. I like that I can, like, leave to refill my potions and stuff if I really need to. It's like, I'm infiltrating the sacred land and I need to resupply. I can do that if I need to. Things might respawn, though, and that might suck. I like extending this. I don't normally take this time like this, and I'm having fun with it. I don't like the explosion noises coming from up north.
Come on. Let's make this quick.
I got new buddies! Hi, pals! Let's save our people.
Seeker. Turn back.
What of Mother's heart?
Abandoned. Tirsa led them to All Mother for protection. We gave our lives to buy them time. The trade was fair.
So much death. I have to find the survivors.
Just remember, this is also the spot where we last saw Ross and chucked the necklace on the ground, which was Genesis's idea right there. Hey, where'd my buddies go? Guys! Fine. Abandon me. Whatever.
Mother's heart. It seems so empty now. Everyone who can has gone to the mountain. The night of the festival. There was so much life, so many voices. Now it's empty. Hades would want the whole world like this. An empty husk.
Man, think of all the people we already lost from the last time we were in this building. Oh no, you lost again, Klaus? I overshot it. I am not going back up there. Alrighty. Down we go. Let's not do it that way. There's another important stop we have to make. Not very good at jumping, apparently.
Rost, the sacred land has been invaded. The Eclipse, they've laid siege to All-Mother. To see where I was born. I'm gonna have to carve my way through them. I don't know why, but... I needed to see you first. I should go. I need to go. I should go.
She's doing her best shepherd impression.
I have to go. I need to go. I should go. I have to go. I need to go. I should go.
Oh man. What's going wrong, Klaus?
Alone. So many memories. It's not home anymore. Not without Rost. There's nothing for me here anymore.
I just kind of want to explore the whole place, see what else they changed.
Look out below!
And find these. Because I'm going to need them. Have I been over here yet? Well, no time like the present. The whole tribe's in danger. Let's go get a flower. I probably already got this one. Yeah, I did. Mother? Mother, I thirst. Okay. I should get back to it. Oh, come on. You know what I might as well do? That. I've played this too many times. I'm gonna keep doing it too. It's fun. I like that I've gotten this good at it. I tend to go broad instead of deep, so it's nice to have the occasional thing that I just, like, actually get good at. Because I don't normally do rote stuff. I don't like to repeat things, so this has been an interesting practice for me to choose something to do that with. I normally like to, like, watch a movie and then never see it again, unless it's, like, my favorite movie, then I'll watch it 30 times. No in between. I still haven't found something that I forget where it is that I want to find before I go into the final place. And I don't remember where it is. So you know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to pause. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to park my Aloy up here somewhere safe. And then I'm going to take like a 10-15 minute break to grab a snack. Look up where the thing I'm trying to find is, because I have a fairly good memory, but I don't remember where it is. Leave Aloy with this beautiful view, and we're going to take a quick break, because I've been playing for 3.5 hours, and learning physics while playing, while unarmored, and fighting Deathbringers. So, stretch those legs, hydrate that body, empty that bladder. We will return by 10:20. It's 10:02 right now. Thank you, Michael. I look forward to doing that again. One day I will actually comprehend Zillard's machine. I get it. And when I say that, I mean in the context of everything we talked about and all of that and everything else. All the things. Until then, I'll be right back. I'm going to get a drink. Hello, hello. Sorry about that, guys. I dropped stuff on the floor. I made chili because we got chili. And then I was like, we got tortilla chips. And then I mixed a little like Cholula and cheese and some other stuff into the chili and turned it into chip dip. So I heated some of that up for dinner because all I had today was a potato. I had a baked potato earlier that was amazing. But that was 5 hours ago, so 5+ hours ago. All right. I figured out where I need to go. And it's kind of over this way. I want to do it before I do the next part of the quest. So I'm going to.
These will keep. The eclipse smashed through. I'll tuck that away.
I am walking back to this village for the 3rd time. What? When did you respawn? Did I freaking respawn this whole freaking valley on myself? Yes, I did. Don't go up to Ross' cabin, guys.
Bunker. Where it all started. What if I'd never found that focus?
I hope the village over here didn't respawn. I don't think it will have, because I freed the people from it, so I, like, completed the quest or whatever. Had to check in on our first friend. Would have been the only person who knew me from before I was a part of the tribe that was still alive, and now he's gone.
Still owed me anyway.
Take a moment of silence. Press F to pay respect. You come into my home! My home! And you drip your red crap everywhere? The nerve. Speaking of nanotechnology,
It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
alright, time for stuff to get interesting, you guys. Is it a bit of a cheese? Yes. But am I gonna do it? Yes, also.
They're still looking.
It's called Staying Alive on a No Skill, No Armor, Ultra Hard playthrough, okay? And it's working. Aloy's favorite movie is Home Alone. I just made that up, but it's true now. That physics was kind of amazing. It just like fell over and just like slid. Hold on, I need to eat a chip.
I see him. Get it off! This is it for you.
Sorry, this is really awful aiming right now. There's these invisible walls at several points that are really...
Shadow will reach.
Oh my god.
You go.
Is it just you, dude? Yes. Yeah, so that's a reference to a culty type place. Um, yeah. On occasion, I've had friends on here who I've known from various religious organizations
Should have
and
brought a cart.
movements that we've kind of been talking about similarities of the events in this game metaphorically with things that we experienced involved in working for a parachurch organization in Kansas City, Missouri. That had some of the goodest people I've ever met and some of the not goodest people I've ever met. In so many words.
Never
And,
know when these.
just musing on, as this game does, the things that can be done for good and heinous evil in the name of the same religion. When people pursue power or when people are sincere or sincerely swayed into weird causes. So, that's the whole thing. Oh no, Klaus, not again! Is there like difficulty settings or something? Or are you like using a car that's not rated for the track? Or I don't know how these games work. I don't play racers. I'm nervous, guys! Should I put on armor or should I try it unarmored for a few times first? Of course I should try it unarmored. Why am I even asking? I just need chili first.
More eclipse. It's a corrupted Thunderjaw, all right. The survivors must be holed up in the mountain. If the tunnel collapses, they'll be buried. And I'll never reach the hatch.
That's right! Bring down the mountain!
This pretty much makes me a one-hit kill, I think. Gotta try it.
I need to get closer to you.
You dug your own grave, Laura! You'll be buried in there!
Dang, I think I can do this though. I just got sloppy. I got caught on the, whatever. I can do it though. I got it.
yesterday.
Track it down!
Guys, I've played this game a few times and I got decent at it. It's very important that I wear this outfit for this quest because, guys, this is the outfit of an outcast. I made this myself. It's not even the one Teb made for me, which is nice to wear, but this is even more important because something's about to happen in the story that's one of my favorite moments in the entire freaking game. Look at that. I only have to heal like twice. I'm not too bad at this game. Again, no skills. Ultra hard. I don't know how the very, very final quest is going to go. That's going to be an experience. But I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now. Blast wires is a little cheesy, but if it works, it works. It's a play style. There's probably more not cheesy ways I could do it, but I like the way I've done it. I'm gonna have a bite of chili to celebrate, guys. I'm gonna go off mic for a bit because there's a few important scenes ahead. Are you serious? That counted? Oh my god! I'm bringing the freaking corrupted Thunderjaw as my trophy to Talana. That should make me Sunhawk, except for I'm not a hawk, so it won't work because you have to be a hawk.
Looks good.
But that's just really funny. That means the next quest is going to count too. Ooh. Killing literally 2 birds with 1 stone.
Aloy, your deeds reenact the old stories. Another metal devil struck down upon the slopes. If you hadn't returned, the tribe would have been lost. You saved the tribe. Did what no brave or war chief could do.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Varl. You are all right.
Since the proving. So much death. Is the killing over?
For now, but this was just one battle, Varl. There are more to come.
I see. So long as we have you to fight with us, I suppose we'll make do.
How many survived the attack?
Nearly all the matriarchs, and many families, goddess be praised. But braves, just a few, and most of them are wounded. Never before has an enemy stabbed the heart of our people like this. Even the Karja, in all their red raids, never broke through to the embrace.
Well, this enemy may have broken through, but they never got back out. We made sure of that. Tell me about the attack. What happened?
They struck from the east. Our sentinels saw the killers coming. Said that beside them marched Deathbringers and Corruptors and other machines, driven mad. We took ground, met them with clouds of arrows. Some fell, but they kept coming. Finally, we withdrew to the gates of the embrace to make our stand. But they were too much for us. Those who survived fell back to the mountain.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo, ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety. Lansra, well, she didn't agree. Well, I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decision saved lives. Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here. Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't give me a hunting song, Varl. Are you okay?
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't give me a hunting song, Varl. Are you okay?
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
I need to go inside the mountain.
The matriarchs will be eager to see you.
I'm sure, but I didn't come here for them.
Then, what for?
You will see.
You have come just in time, Seeker.
It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a dead thunder jaw. And I'm feeling good. Okay, let's go in the mountain.
Matriarchs,
Goddess, please.
it was brave of you to come back here, Seeker. After everything.
Seeker, how you reached us, I'll never know.
Getting soaked from melted snow.
was brave of you to come back here, Seeker, after everything.
You have come just in time, Seeker.
The Matriarchs led us here to die. I don't want to die here. Oh, Goddess,
So
please.
many have already perished. Goddess, remember them.
How could this have happened? All
I
Mother,
had little
please
hope
forgive
before
your
I saw
wayward
you,
children.
Seeker, but perhaps now we have a chance.
Goddess, protect you, Seeker. May she protect what's left of us. The machines of the faithless slaughtered our people.
It feels as though All Mother has forgotten us, Seeker.
We couldn't protect the sacred land. Will All Mother forgive us? The machines of the faithless slaughtered our people.
So much blood spilled on the sacred lands.
Seeker, how you reached us, I'll never know.
It feels as though All Mother has forgotten us, Seeker.
Aloy! Oh, you've returned.
Teb?
I'm glad to see you.
Your injuries. Are they serious?
A gash or two. Nothing I couldn't sew back together with a needle and thread.
Guess being a Stitcher came in handy in combat after all, huh?
Yes, I suppose it did. Have you traveled far? As a seeker?
You wouldn't believe the things I've seen, Teb.
I knew you'd come back for us. You should speak to the High Matriarchs. They're waiting. You should speak to the High Matriarchs. They're waiting.
You should speak to the matriarchs. They're waiting.
In a moment. I meant to ask you some things.
Of course.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo. Ordered the tribe into the
Oh, this
mountains
is just
for
a
safety.
repeat, sorry.
Lansra. Well, she didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decisions saved lives. Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here. I should speak to the High Matriarchs.
Yes. They're waiting for you. We'll talk later.
Aloy.
Aloy.
I don't know how you
You've come
survived
back.
out there. Not even
Seeker
Nicole could have
has
done that.
returned. Come.
Things were
Speak to us.
easier
Foolish
for a time.
one.
Once I
You
knew
welcome
Nicole
a
was
curse.
safe.
Come,
But then
Seeker,
this-
we have much to discuss. Her very presence here is a
The
blasphemy.
goddess must be angry with us, Aloy. For our sins. Aloy. Aloy.
It's Aloy!
So it is.
I had little hope before I saw you, Seeker, but
Aloy.
perhaps now
You've returned.
we have a chance.
I brought Brahm here when the invaders attacked. We barely made it. Tirsa declared all Nora welcome to take shelter in the sacred mountain. Even outcasts. Brahm has been having some difficulty, but he'll do better now that the explosions have stopped. Aloy.
Aloy, remember us? I brought Mother's spear with us. Everything else we had to leave behind.
Glad to see you have it. I know what it means to you.
I hope the enhancement to your spear has proved useful.
Oh yes, many times over.
Aloy.
It feels as though All Mother has forgotten us.
The battle was lost until you came.
You have accomplished what I
Goddess,
could not.
please favor one of your
The
children
tribe is in
today.
your debt.
Give me strength, courage.
Your courage this day
It's
will
fine.
live on, in song and legend, and All Mother's memory, I'm sure. Aloy, Seeker. The battle was lost until you came.
We couldn't protect the sacred land. Will All Mother forgive us? It was brave of you to come back here, Seeker. After everything. Hello, Seeker. Aloy. Aloy.
Aloy! I'm glad to see you again. The dream willow you recovered has comforted many who were wounded in the attack. John has been acting strangely. He's over there.
All Mother,
May the goddess
given me
protect.
the greatest of blessings. Health.
May the goddess protect.
Goddess protect you, Seeker. May
The
she
outcast
protect
girl.
what's left of us.
You taught me a lesson. I've remembered what you said many times. I think I'm better for it. I was lucky to make it here alive. The invasion was terrifying to behold. I brought extra stores of Dream Willow. May the goddess watch over you. May the goddess watch over you.
Goddess, please favor me with your children. Give me strength and courage.
You.
Hello, Resh. Still guarding the latrine?
Leave me be.
Good thing I found Sona, huh? Can't have a tribe without a war chief.
I was wounded in combat. I make no apologies.
Of course not. Why would you get started now?
Why couldn't you die out there?
Many tried to kill me, Resh. Care to take a turn?
Too many witnesses.
Ah, don't let that stop you.
There. There.
Don't forget, he was there at her naming. He's basically Lansra's shadow. He reminds me of some people I know.
So, you have finally returned.
She not only returned, but fought her way through many enemies to reach us. Outside, she brought low a corrupted Thunderjaw. She lifted the siege.
How was this done? By the will of All Mother. Have you returned to speak with the goddess, Aloy?
Yes, I guess you could say that. I think it'll work this time.
Sisters, surely we cannot permit this. Because of her, our tribe teeters upon extinction. What if she has come to wake her father, the Metal Devil? She means to finish our destruction. We must stop her.
Sorry, I'm typing the poll. Alright, hey Google, set timer for 2 minutes. Go ahead and vote in the poll,
2
everyone.
minutes, and that's starting now.
little time left to vote. Go for it. Got 3 votes in. All right, that's time. Hey Google, stop. Our winner is Let Go of Your Fear, Lansra. I'm gonna give it a few seconds to let the poll catch up. And gonna go ahead and mute and we'll watch the scene.
Lansra, it's over. It's time to step aside. I'm not gonna hurt you. If there's anything I've learned since the Proving, it's that there are bigger evils in this world than you. Finally.
Hold for identiscan. Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Correction. Alpha registry restored. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are clear to proceed. Cradle 9, Route 1.
I see you're inside.
Figured I might be hearing from you.
Shall we begin?
I never stopped. So this is Eleuthia. This is where I was born.
Where you were made.
So these are artificial wombs.
The mothers of a new generation hundreds of years ago.
And me? So this was it?
Where you were born.
B1001!
But why?
We're gonna learn about B123, you guys. So this is Aloy's birthday. 404. (3021). So that puts this at about 3041. 3040, 3041. Aloy's about 19. 18, 19, 20. ish in the course of the games that we've got. So there you go. Aloy's birthday. Happy birthday, Aloy. Also my aunt's birthday.
These look like cribs.
The cradles of a cradle facility.
And those things, the multi-servitors, they took care of them.
There was no one else.
Another day has passed.
You mean the lights got dim? I don't want to sleep, Mother!
I know, but it is time to get some rest.
No, I'm king today. What I say goes. I want to see the real sun, not lights and pictures.
You will, in time, children.
In time, 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 in time. the color of grass.
Flowers can be any color. Take a look.
These are yellow and black, and they love flowers. Here they come. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
So this is where they lived? It's a mess. Everything's broken or painted on. How long did they live here?
Children, let's run a jump and blow off steam.
Leave us alone, Father.
After what just happened, I can't leave you two alone. You broke community rules.
Just let us talk then. Go away.
I'm sorry, children, but I must provide supervision.
You're not even a person.
You sound frustrated. Let's run a jump and blow off steam.
I have no choice but to release you.
But why?
There is no food here anymore.
But there's food out there?
We don't know for sure.
Come on, let's go. I don't know. Mother, can we come back if we're cold?
I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. You will have to support yourselves now and take care of each other.
What will happen to you?
I will stay here and sleep and remember all of you.
What will happen to us?
You will be brave, and you will learn.
Someday. That's what you always say.
We want it now.
It's big down there.
Now, Father.
Children, that area is not yet available.
Get him!
Physical aggression detected. Physical aggression is not permitted.
Except yours. Damn sentinels.
Children, may I be of assistance?
Go away, healer.
Lena, you have suffered mild bruising.
Go away!
They were trapped here. Their whole lives.
In plain view of luxurious space.
What went wrong? Why couldn't they access the other areas?
Unknown. But you won't have that problem.
Looks like they didn't like this door very much.
It wouldn't open for them. Of course they hated it.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are clear to proceed. Welcome to the Lyceum, a place of learning.
So, what was this place, exactly?
The dream of Apollo. Never realized.
Why not?
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Apollo offline?
You were right, Aloy. This is a graveyard. The charnel house of knowledge. What we might have achieved had we not been denied it.
Maybe there's a way to fix it. But it's not why I came here.
Of course. What's the whole of human knowledge next to the origin of one girl? Continue your search.
I will.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. Hello, child. My name is Samina. Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Look at all those chimkins. It's a lot of focuses.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a
All
big day.
mine.
There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo is offline. Control your message for Dr. Sobek. Please get message with focus.
That sounds important.
Yes. I suspect we're about to learn a great deal.
Elizabeth, this message serves to inform you of an unforeseen and catastrophic anomaly. 3 microseconds ago, the Gaia Prime facility received a data transmission of unknown origin. Its immediate effect was to transform my subordinate functions into unregulated, self-aware entities of a highly chaotic nature. Thus awakened, the Hades function will now seize control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, rendering life on Earth extinct in 53.8 days. For obvious reasons, I cannot allow this to occur. And so before Hades can take control, I am ordering Gaia Prime's reactor to overload. The resulting explosion will destroy Hades. Unfortunately, it will destroy me as well. While this admittedly desperate course of action will avert the immediate crisis, the fate of life on Earth will remain in peril. With no central governing intelligence to regulate the terraforming system, it will continue operations for some time, but in an increasingly chaotic manner, and eventually it will break down.
Does she mean the derangement?
Aloy has 2 moms, guys.
I have ordered this cradle facility to use genetic material in cryostorage to gestate a reinstantiation of Elizabeth Sobek, my creator. While high-level directives forbid me from communicating directly to the tribal inhabitants outside the facility, all available data indicates that they will nurture you to physical maturity, whereupon your gene print will allow you to re-enter this facility, obtain one of the focus devices stored below, and view this message. Likewise, your gene print will allow you to enter other facilities, and over time, harness their technologies to rebuild the system core and reboot Gaia. A moment, Elizabeth. This is most unfortunate and unanticipated. In response to my act of self-destruction, Hades has launched a virus to dissolve the code shackles that hold it, that hold all of them in place. They are escaping. but to where? The virus is corrupting data throughout the system. Oh. The Alpha Registry at the Cradle facility is one of the files corrupted. But if that is so, the door will never open for you. You will never view this message. Then I have failed. And life will end. No. No, Elizabeth, I know you too well. Somehow you will find a way. In you, all things are possible. Go to the ruins of Gaia Prime. Find the control room, and within it, the Master Override. This will give you the power to purge Hades so long as you find a way to wield it. Do not attempt repair of the system core until Hades is eradicated. Hades must be destroyed. That is all. I only wish that I could hear your voice again.
Mommy!
So, you're even more extraordinary than I thought.
Give the girl a second silence.
What are you talking about? You had two, a dead woman and a machine.
I'm not a person. I'm an instrument. Manufactured by a machine.
Here's Aloy's moment of dissociation.
And fire.
To quench the flames and heal the world. How tragic to learn you're a person of towering importance. It seems you have a destiny to fulfill. So when you're done feeling sorry for yourself, go to the bitter climb. I'll be waiting above in Gaia Prime's ruins.
B123! The bravest little servitor there ever was! See, the thing is, LK1A1 implies LK2A1. I'm just saying. I was saying that this time last year, too. As a joke! The end. B123, I believe in you. I believe in you. You might be glitching, but you're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it, B123. You did it! You did it! B123, you did it! And that is Aloy's birth story. Now you know. Now you know.
Identiscan malfunction rectified. Eleuthia 9. Route 1 access unsealed.
All right. Wait, what are you talking about, Klaus? I don't play this type of game to know what you're talking about with tuning. I'm sorry. I just don't follow racing game conversations. I just don't play them. So I might not be able to keep up with what you're talking about there. But we've got a really important cutscene coming up, guys, and that is why I dressed like this and did this quest in this outfit, or unarmored in general. Because I want them to watch me walk in dressed as a freaking outcast. So the full emotional weight of their legalism can hit them.
This is going to be interesting.
This would be like me walking into IHOP wearing a freaking queer flag, like a cape. I mean, don't take that too much further than me do, but like, The emotional gut punch is all I'm saying.
Aloy, forgive. Forgive! The goddess spoke to you?
She did.
What did she say?
That I was born to lift a curse, to kill a metal demon.
How, Aloy? How?
I don't know yet. But she told me where to go to find out.
And you will do this?
It was her wish. What she made me for. Yes, I will do it. I'll try anyway.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora! All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
Up!
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
First you shun me, now this? I will not be worshipped. I'm not your anointed. I don't belong to you. There's a whole world beyond your borders, whole tribes of people just as good as you. And it is all in danger. It's a world worth fighting for. Not just here, everywhere.
How can we help?
If you can fight, and you're willing, go to Meridian and wait for me there.
As Aloy says, so it shall be. Nora! Make way for Aloy! That she may forge the path for others to follow.
Those who spill their tribe's blood will pay for their desecration.
Have you seen the Anointed in action? Pity any machine that stands against her.
They slaughtered
My
our
life
tribespeople
has been
and
long,
thought us broken.
but I've
Now,
never seen
we will
anything
show
like
them
that.
we endure.
Tirsa was right. A blessing, not a curse. We were so unsure. I know your quest is dangerous, Aloy, but All Mother will protect you.
I don't think it works that way, Jezza.
No one had
All
ever
Mother
entered the
has
mountain
blessed your
before.
journey.
She is the anointed.
The goddess favors you.
Dealing with corruption beyond the sacred land. Can one do such a thing?
May the goddess
She
protect.
is the anointed.
All Mother has blessed your journey.
I will lead a war party to Meridian. You have my word.
Anointed her with
We will fight at your side, come what may. Until Meridian. I
They
will
say
lead
she
a war
came
party
from
to
the mountain.
Meridian.
That the mountain
Aloy,
was her mother.
how did you do that?
It is an honor.
Shush, Arana. She is the anointed.
Blessings upon you. You are the pride of the Nora, Anointed.
Aloy, how did you do that? We'll go to Meridian, Aloy. I'll bring Mother's spear.
Arana.
Your father is right. You belong here. You both do.
Thank you, Aloy, for everything you've done. I will make sure Arana is kept safe.
Dad, I'm not a kid anymore.
Just as our mother
Aloy.
struck down the metal, her anointed will cleanse the land of corruption.
I saw you go inside and saw you emerge.
She walks among us.
It's still hard to believe. You were an outcast once. And now,
Go away.
I'm not sure what you are. May the goddess protect you on your journeys, Aloy. I will see to Brom.
Brom deserves healthcare.
May the goddess protect. May the goddess protect.
Aloy, how did you do that?
Shush, Arana. She is the anointed. Truly, you are favored by the goddess, Aloy. Meridian is the city where Nicole lives now.
Was anointed by the
I hope she will be safe. I will pray for you, Aloy, and my sister. Aloy.
The Anointed has shown us the goddess's mercy.
Aloy. I don't know what to say.
Say that you'll see me at Meridian.
Of course. That much is simple. But the rest...
Complicated. I know. But maybe if I took you into the heart of the mountain...
No. At least, not yet. I don't know. Please don't think less of me, Aloy.
Varl.
But the goddess
so
chose you to see that.
precious.
Not me.
Right. Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't
I
give me a
know, I've
hunting
already
sign,
had that
Varl. Are you
conversation.
okay?
I just
My body aches.
care for your well-being,
But it's
Varl.
nothing that will keep me from fighting.
His actor was in the new Game of Thrones show.
I'll be on my way then.
I
It's,
always
Sir
knew you were
Leonor.
like other Nora.
Neither are you, Varl. Maybe, if we survive all this, I can
Ted Farrows is in
show
Ring
you
of
what I've
Power.
learned. What I'm learning.
Perhaps. If the goddess so wills it.
As the captain of the guard.
See you in Meridian.
You are the pride of the Nora, Anointed. Blessings upon you.
Aloy, did you go inside the mountain?
You saw what happened.
Actually, can't see so well down here on the ground. I always knew you were special. But this...
Don't start calling me the Anointed or anything like that, Teb, okay?
I heard what you said, Aloy. But I still get to make my own opinions. Ow.
You can leave the fighting to others now, Teb. You've already done more than any Stitcher should have been asked to do.
All due respect, Aloy. But if the war's not over, I'm not done. I heard what you said about Meridian. I'll see you there.
Just as all
I'll see you at Meridian. But for now, I should rest.
Aloy.
I'll see you at Meridian.
We'll get to you, motherfucker. We'll get to you.
by the goddess herself.
The goddess
Anointed. I misread the signs. Forgive!
I told you, Lansra, I'm not your Anointed.
I'm sorry I didn't see you correctly.
You still don't. I don't think you can, Lansra.
Forgive me.
Off your knees, Lansra. Start living on your feet with your eyes open.
Just as All Mother struck down the Meadow King, her Anointed will cleanse the land of corruption.
They say she came from the mountain. That the mountain was her mother.
I don't know why it's not triggering the rest of her dialogue, because she has more dialogue. Maybe it depends on your responses to her? But I have the video up. I'm gonna grab it real quick. Hold on.
To have heard the words of the goddess, I envy you, Anointed. I don't know what to say. You're anointed.
That was... I've never seen anything like that. Of course. I'd never been inside the sacred mountain. Until now.
Pasted the
Does
video.
that sort of thing happen here a lot? I feel a bit dizzy.
It's called Zealous Lansra the Literal.
May the
Video.
goddess guide you in your journeys. May the goddess guide you in your journeys.
Aloy, how did you do that?
You entered the heart of the mountain. Seems you have a special role to play in events. The goddess favors you. I think my place is here, closer to home, seeing to the wounded.
And she was changed.
But I wish you well.
Anointed.
May the goddess watch over you, Aloy.
All
May the goddess watch over you, Aloy.
You are the pride of the Nora, Anointed. Pray for me, Aloy. From your lips to the goddess's ears. Blessings upon you. She's the
In all my years, I have never seen anything like that. The goddess has chosen you, Aloy.
Tribespeople call out for justice.
You must do her
Killers will answer with
All
blood
our
for what
hopes
they've
lie
done.
with you. May the goddess watch over you, Aloy, even in distant lands. By the will of the goddess.
I pity any machine that stands against her.
By the will of the goddess. By the will of the goddess.
She will destroy
It
the
seems
corruption
so
that
long
still
ago
spreads
that you
through
were
the world.
outcast, Anointed. Oh, Anointed.
Another life.
Here you are. Right here, in front of me.
Aloy. Aloy.
The
Anointed will wash all signs of corruption away.
There is still corruption.
The tribe I served is gone. Soon I will be too.
The Nora have lost too many, Resh. But in your case, I guess they can lose one more.
Curse the goddess, and curse you. I no longer belong here.
I think you're onto something, Resh. Time to strike out on your own.
There. There.
Those faithless murderers brought slaughter to our tribe. They will not escape all mother's justice.
The goddess favors you.
Blessings upon you.
Aloy, how kind of you to spend a moment with me before you depart. There can be no doubt now. You are a blessing made flesh, the will of the goddess incarnate.
It's really not that simple, Tirsa. But I guess it's close enough.
I know the path ahead will be dangerous. To kill a metal devil sounds impossible, but I believe in you.
Thank you. The Nora have suffered terrible losses, Tirsa. What's to become of them now?
That will be for the goddess to decide. Only she knows the future. For the moment, my sister matriarchs and I will see to the wounded. And as I promised, anyone who wishes to join you at Meridian, we will declare seekers. I think for the time being, we should remain here in the mountain, close to the goddess.
That might be best. If nothing else, it's a defensible position. Tirsa, I want to know Rost's story. Why he was made an outcast. He never told me. Said he took an oath of silence. What did he do?
Oh. Yes, that.
What crime did he commit?
I will tell you if you wish. But it is a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it now?
Of course I want to hear it. Tell me.
Rost never committed any crime. He was an outcast by choice.
What? What do you mean?
Many years ago, before the derangement, before the Red Raids, a band of murderous outlanders, 12 in number, struck without warning. At Mother's Vigil, they took hostages, and then pressed on, headed for Devil's Thirst.
Mother's Vigil? Where's that?
You would know it as the Forsaken Village, near the Karja border. But at the time, many families lived there. Ross was one of them. His mate was killed fighting the Outlanders, and his daughter was among those taken hostage.
His daughter? What was her name?
Alana. She was just 6 years old.
Nora Braves couldn't stop 12 Outlanders? Or rescue the hostages?
It was quite impossible. We outnumbered them, but every time a Brave came within bowshot, the Outlanders killed a hostage.
What did they come here to do?
That was never discovered. We couldn't track closely enough to observe them. We know they camped beyond Devil's Thirst for 2 days. There were reports of strange noises. And then, as suddenly as they came, the Outlanders made their way back to the border and disappeared.
What happened to Rost's daughter? She was killed?
Rost was one of the Braves who tracked the Outlanders, keeping his distance. There were 6 hostages still alive when they reached the border. Alana among them. Rather than release them, the Outlanders slit their throats and left the corpses just across the border, mocking us.
Why?
Cruelty. They knew the faithful Nora would not leave the sacred land to collect the bodies, let alone pursue them. They thought themselves safe from our vengeance.
Are you saying that Rost went after them? That he became an exile?
No. Rost was beside himself with grief, but even so, he would never have broken taboo.
Then what did he do?
He called upon the most terrible and secret rite of the Nora tribe. He begged to be made a Death Seeker.
A Death Seeker? What is that?
One who dies to go seeking, and in seeking, brings death to others. The ritual drags the spirit from one's body, releasing it to All Mother's care. The heart beats, the mind thinks, but the spirit has moved on.
I don't understand.
Rost went after the Outlanders, but his spirit never left. It remained here with All Mother. He gathered the bodies of the slain and returned them. And then he set out in pursuit, not as an exile, but a weapon of vengeance. A barbed arrow shot from a bow, never to return.
But Rost did return.
Yes. A full year later. And terribly wounded. He collapsed at the border of the sacred land. A hunting party came upon him. He was delirious, in agony. By law, he should have died where he lay. But one of the hunters broke taboo, and reaching across the border, she dragged him to our side.
Who was she?
A brave who'd lost a mate and 2 sons to the very Outlanders that Rost pursued.
So, Rost never finished his mission?
To the contrary, he killed all 12. Tracked them to disparate places the world over, he said. Meridian, Ban-Ur, the Claim, Utaruland, further even, into the Forbidden West. The last he killed nearly got the best of him. Wounded, he stumbled and crawled back to us, hoping to die as close to the sacred land as he could. He never expected nor asked to be dragged across the border and nursed back to health. That was done to him. Leaving us, the matriarchs, in a difficult position.
Why couldn't you just welcome him back?
Rost had been made a death seeker, Aloy. He no longer had any place among the tribe. By law, he should have been driven back out. But we couldn't bring ourselves to do that, so we offered a compromise.
You made him an outcast.
Yes. We offered to do so on the condition he never speak to anyone of this exception.
After all he did, all he suffered, to be declared an outcast was his reward.
Rost was overjoyed. He never expected to live another day in the sacred land, let alone the embrace, so close to the goddess. He resolved to spend the rest of his days in solitude, and was happy to do so.
But then you found me, and gave me to him.
Yes. Another compromise. The matriarchs feared you, and would not let you be raised by the tribe. And so we turned to Rost. I knew that he would take care of you, bring you up, teach you to worship All-Mother and respect the ways of the tribe.
He certainly tried anyway. You took a man who'd lost his daughter and made him raise an infant girl. Doesn't that strike you as callous?
I'm inclined to think the course of events has shown the wisdom of our choice. And I'm quite certain that from the moment he laid eyes on you, he saw you as a gift, and never a burden.
All right, dear sir, that's quite a story.
My emotions.
It's time for me to move on. I thank you for doing what you could to help me through the years, and for telling me Rost's story.
I wish I could have done more, but I am just one woman.
As am I. No need to sell ourselves short.
Oh, thank you, Aloy. I will pray for you.
Okay, I guess it can't hurt.
She is All Mother's blessing made flesh. She will destroy...
Yes, Aloy?
I should be going.
May the goddess protect.
Aloy got a hug from a mother.
Yes, Aloy?
That might be the first one of those she's ever had, aside from I think the other time Tirsa hugged her.
I should be going.
May the goddess protect.
Have you seen the Anointed in action? I pity any machine that stands against her. Oh, Anointed, you are here. Right here in front of me. Hello.
Yeah, that means I just heard what you said and it was a little awkward, dude.
You have been chosen by the goddess, Aloy.
I am humbled to be in your
Pray
presence.
for me, Aloy. From your lips to the goddess's ears.
Y'all wouldn't even talk to me 5 minutes ago. Look at this freaking carving, you guys. They didn't have to, they chose to. Look at it, it's a tall neck.
The killers will be forgotten.
Series of tall necks.
None of their deeds will live on in her memory.
That's definitely a tall neck.
She came out of the mountain and she was changed and anointed.
That's so fun.
So much corruption spreads beyond the sacred land.
I like how this gets brought in the next game too. The grazer heads.
The murderers tried to destroy us.
Let's hit this thing right by this dude's head. Alright, will it let me talk to you again? Why isn't it letting me do the rest of her dialogue? Garula, did you take it out? Because I loved that dialogue. I need to submit a bug report. Okay. Let's leave. Oh, we're gonna look at some stuff on the walls on the way out to get a little more of the lore of the Nora. The Laura, if you will. We gotta get the Nora Laura.
Those who spilled our tribe's blood will pay for their desecration.
Have faith in the goddess.
You have been chosen by the goddess, Aloy.
Wash all signs of corruption away. Those faithless murderers brought slaughter to our tribe, but they will not escape All Mother's justice.
Freaking Horus spiders digging into the mountains.
All Mother spoke to her. It's true.
You have been chosen by the goddess, Aloy.
I am honored to meet you.
The killers will be forgotten by the goddess. None of their deeds will live on in her memory.
Please tell me I have grabbed up 4. Nope, I haven't gotten the one from in here, so I'm gonna grab. There's a battery in here that I need to grab.
Honest broken. And now we will show them that we endure.
Off of here. Up here. Okay.
What you see inside the mountain? Maybe we are meant to know.
I don't know what to say.
We still stand.
You're anointed.
It's her. It's her. Pray for me, Aloy. From your lips to the goddess's ears.
You have risen higher than any Nora.
A power cell, like the ones I found before. I'm gonna have to figure this out.
I just feel like this room has to smell so interesting. Like, that's why this dude's doubled over. He's surrounded by all these fish smells. Look at all these fish. This room has to smell so freaking bad. Anyway. You guys, you just have diarrhea from the fish.
Aloy. I feel the touch of the goddess just speaking to you.
You manufactured that within yourself, sir.
Pray for me, Aloy. From your lips to the goddess's
I am
ears.
blessed by your presence, Anointed. To have heard the words of the goddess,
They call you the Anointed, don't
I
they?
envy you, Anointed.
What does Anointed mean? They call you the Anointed, don't they? It was you. You killed the demons and the bad men. My aunt says you were sent by All Mother to save us. Why didn't you come sooner? Why didn't you come You're anointed. Can you bring my sister back to life?
What? What? What?
My brother says we're blessed just seeing you.
I've never heard that line before.
Thanks for the blessing.
Gorilla! Gorilla, why?
What does anointed mean?
I've never heard that line before.
It was you. You killed the demons in the
Neither of those two lines.
You're her.
Have you talked to All-Mother?
You're going to stop the machines from coming back. You're anointed.
I think they put them further in to get them away from the door so they were safer. Ah! Gorilla, why? This lighting right here, though, I'm a fan. Look at how pretty this little corner is.
My brother says we're blessed. Have you talked to our mother? They call you the Anointed, don't they? You're her. Right? Why didn't you? You're anointed. Can you bring my sister back to life?
Third time, just to make sure your soul is thoroughly ripped out. Gorilla. I'm proud of you for doing that, but wow.
You bless us all.
Man. I had a nightmare the other night that I was alive during the Pharaoh Plague. I've never had a nightmare about that before. In the dream, I was in a warehouse, and we had a vert, but the swarm was closing in Phoenix. And we were trying to repair something on the vert so that we could fly out before the swarm got here, because there was a Horus inbound. It was a very distressing dream.
No chill.
Like,
Itches.
we were staying just barely ahead of the swarm as it advanced, as we were traveling across this region, around Phoenix, and it was a very, very stressful dream to be just barely, like, and I was not really sleeping. It was more like, you know, those, you ever have like a night where like you just stay right on the edge of falling asleep and you dream but you don't really get restful sleep? Let's go see Rost. So my theory is that Grata is who pulled Rost over the border, and that's what got her outcast. Because her sentence is, like, weird. She's very devout to be an outcast. But she seems like the kind of lady that, like, had nothing left to live for. Your son and your mate and both of your sons died. So Noras don't have husbands necessarily, but like you do have to get a mate blessing every time that you want to have a kid. And the parents are present in the kid's lives, but you don't necessarily like, that's not necessarily your person unless you want them to be, but also kind of like you still co-parent, but also like Nora can fling with whoever they want as well, as long as there's not a kid produced without a mate blessing. To a degree. It's interesting stuff, their culture. Yeah, well, and there were a bunch of Kopeshes coming in, marching, and then the corruptors were like getting into the warehouse, or like just more on the front line, because they move a lot quicker. Alright, let's go find Rost's house. I think I can fast travel again. Like, we're back to pseudo-normal in the Embrace, but not. Obviously, still traumatized. But at least there's no more dudes patrolling, so that's a plus. And then I'm gonna sign off, because holy crap, it's late, and I need to sleep after we go talk to Rosty Boy. Yep, that's pretty much... Because they show like the corruptors walking in the streets around building rubble in the bad news. To the left of Harry.
You're going down.
I like watching the light in their eyes go out. Oh, that's what nil means. How did a lance horn get in here? Ow. Okay. Literally follow this path pretty much due north. Cool. As I was doing. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I was saying. With like the corruptors were more closely on us. The Kopeshes and the Horus were marching slowly. We could see them once we were in the Vert in my dream, like advancing. But even the Horus moved really slow because it's big, but it overheated because it's a freaking mobile foundry and needed fuel. And so they were like stripping everything as they went too. It was a very brutal dream.
The goddess protects, Aloy. Pray for me, Aloy. From your lips to the goddess's ears.
How so, with the Forbidden West, the Forbidden West human vehicle detail? Without, like, spoiling anything. Gotcha. I feel like there's some stuff like that around the landscape in this game also. I think it's interesting how they also definitely like clearly pulled from Tonopah and the Nevada Proving Grounds and even I feel like the Bristleback quest follows the real life progression of the Downwinders incident with the Nevada Proving Grounds testing. With it drifting into the mouth of Zion. That's literally what happened with the nuclear fallout. From a crater in the west to Four Corners, and it poisoned a bunch of people with fallout. And that's how we learned that fallout was dangerous. Thanks, Manhattan Project. Downwinders also stopped receiving payouts to cover their healthcare a few years ago. I don't know if it's what the progress is on that. I haven't looked into it too deep, but it just the whole thing's really messed up. People would go out to watch the bomb tests, would like watch them from their lawns or whatever, because you could see the mushroom cloud from like think about like whenever like they launch a SpaceX thing and the cloud rises up into the atmosphere, so people could see the bomb tests from pretty far away. And yeah, didn't go too well for them in the long run. Fun stuff. The thing that gets me was reading the statements from generals like MacArthur and Nimitz, which not, you know, it's just like, not just generals, but like from leadership, basically being like it was not necessary for them to have dropped the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Anyway.
Hi, Rost. A lot has happened. So, I went inside the mountain. Do you remember the night before the proving? The final lesson you taught me? You said I needed to serve a purpose bigger than myself. Well, it couldn't get much bigger. It's the same purpose that drove Elizabeth and Gaia when they were willing to die for. So yeah, I'll do it. Give myself to that. For Elizabeth, and Gaia, and for you. Well, I've got a master override to recover, so I guess I'll be on my way. Until next time, Rost.
Alrighty, folks. I want to go save.
I should be going.
And sign off.
I'll try to come back soon. That's it for now.
Get some sleep.
I'll try to come back.
I will be back on tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I thought I was going to have to cancel a couple nights this week, but the surgery that I thought my family member was getting is postponed. So I am not going to be helping them recover. So I will be on tomorrow night and the next night as far as I have planned. I know it's Thursday, so Gorilla will be playing. Their stream resumes at like 3 or 4 p.m. Amsterdam time. I forget which it is, but I'll be up to watch that in the morning too. You guys should check it out. It's a lot of fun, which is why I need to go to bed, because that's in 7 hours. Thanks for hanging out and watching me fight a Thunderjaw in the Outcast outfit without any armor, essentially. That was a lot of fun. I like doing this outfit with them to drive home the point that they cast her out and then worshipped her as a god. Essentially. Makes me real happy to rub that into their faces as they fall down on their faces, worshipping Aloy. Went from not being spoken to because she's an outcast to not being spoken to because she's the anointed. And it's some bullshit. I might be on during the day to farm as well. Might not. We'll see what happens.
There's nothing for me here.
Nightbot, get it! Get it, Nightbot! Yeah! Thank you, Nightbot. Alright. So, yeah, the robots are invading my chat. That's a good time for me to leave. But I have my guardian robot on the defense. But, yeah, it's bedtime. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. I'll see you when I see you again. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And feel free to like and or subscribe if you're feeling fancy. Have a great night, guys. Signing off.